right, all right, all right. All right, all right, all right. Let's get ready to go live. Going live with the FM radio Frank Monday Jive. All right, all right, all right. All right, all right, all right. Just checking the feedback loop. Make sure we're broadcasting okay. All right, all right, all right. How's everybody doing out there in Happy Land tonight? Looking good, feeling good, doing good. Keep doing good magic. Y'all good looking sexy people. Says we got 0 viewers. Feedback loop is delayed. So let's get ready to go live. Ready to go live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Once again, like Finnegan. Frank Monday coming at you straight out the central kingdom of the celestial dragon, Twilight Zone, Old Peking. Far behind the bamboo firewall. Just getting everything set up. Y'all settle in and get ready for the live transmission. All right, all right, all right. All right, all right, all right. Let's get ready to go live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Broadcasting to you from the central kingdom of the celestial dragon, Twilight Zone, Old Peking. Frank Monday coming at you from far behind the bamboo firewall, atop a crystal pyramidion, transmitting out over a vast, expansive sea level plain where we meet on the level and part on the square. Remember, O neophyte, goodness alone is power, silence is strength, will regaineth omnipotence, and love lieth at the foundation, because love is the law, love under will. Keep on doing what thou wilt, and that shall be the whole of the law. Your grand wizard of the esoteric order of Dagon, Frank Monday, self-appointed, coming at ya with another one on the 100-day challenge, Way of Internal Alchemy. Make sure you guys hit the like button for the YouTube algobots. In fact, motherfucker, I'm gonna check the feedback loop right now and see if any of y'all good-looking, sexy people have hit the like button tonight. It doesn't look like we got any likes on the video yet. Nope. Not a single one. Ain't got a single motherfucking like. You ain't gonna hit the like button? I ain't gonna have a show. I'm just gonna cancel it right now. Let's go ahead and get this thing started with the adoration of Abraxas. If you know it, say it with me. Holy art thou, Lord of the universe, the vast and the mighty one, creator of heaven and earth, maker of all things visible and invisible, master of both the light and the darkness, he who was, is, and always shall be. We adore thee and we invoke thee. Send us one of your divine spiritual agents, our holy guardian angel, to protect and guide us through the innumerable snares of the earthly sphere, and a cleansing wind to disperse all negativity and endless human opinion. Teach us those secret things which we must know for the completion of the great work and the glory of thine ineffable name, Adonai. So it is commanded and confirmed, so mote it be. Amen. Ra. Yeah, good looking out, y'all. Good looking, sexy people. Hail unto thee who art Ra in thy rising, even unto thee who art Ra in thy strength, who travellest over the heavens at the uprising of the sun. Tahuti standeth in his splendor at the prow, and Rahor abideth at the helm. Hail unto thee from the abodes of twilight. All right, we got a Paul Pete 2316 out there, says he hit the like button. I appreciate you, Paul. Appreciate you stopping by. Thank you for chiming in and getting it done. That's good magic right there. You are a good man, Paul. That's the kind of happy horse shit we're looking for here on YouTube, to keep them barking like Pavlov's dog. Because if we don't keep them barking like Pavlov's dog, I mean, they ain't never going to get nothing done. You know what I'm saying? What hood you from anyway, Paul Pete? Where in the world are you tuning in from, and what time is it where you're tuning in from? I myself, Paul Pete, PD, Pepe, Pedro, Pepe Le Paul, 2336, 2316. Donde eres, amigo? Where are you from, Pepe Paul? Good to see you, man. I appreciate you stopping by. I myself am in Twilight Zone, Old Peking, Central Kingdom of the Celestial Dragon. That's China. China. For y'all good-looking, sexy people out there, if you don't know it, you ought to stop by sometime. I'll take you in the restaurant. In the restaurant here, you might have a duck. Ducks, you know, they got ducks, not dogs. Don't be playing no fucking games with them old timed out, aged out old stereotypes. We got duck in Peking. And sometimes you go into the restaurant and the duck will be leering at you. And you'll be like, waiter, why is that duck staring at me? I feel like motherfucking duck trying to eyeball fuck me. And the waiter will simply respond, that's because that's the Peking duck. He's peeking at you. All right, y'all good looking sex people. We're going to get this show started right. We're going to let Israel Regardie of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn lead us through the invocation of Tahuti. If you know it, just chime along, man. This is the good one. This is the good stuff. It's the good magic. Me and Israel Regardie's brother from another mother gonna get it done. Ain't gonna fucking stop. Ain't gonna stop short. I ain't gonna sell any of y'all motherfucking good looking sex people out there in Happy Land. Gonna sell none of y'all short tonight. We're gonna get the full show. Let's go ahead and get this underway. I hope you enjoy it. Sir Francis Israel Regardie, invocation of Thoth. Toth. Here it is here.
Invocation of Thoth. Procul, o procul esti profani, qual lasti ompeda. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of the Godhead, wisdom-crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ibis head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemes as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as life unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onwards the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein Ptah floateth over the firmament. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of new. I raise that flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorified Ra, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountains, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Kepha, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tamu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and a guard sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of Ptah when he createth his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, or light, or power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath borne thee in its bosom, and earth hath ever nourished the changeless godhead of thy youth. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the vast one may be obedient unto me.
So it is commanded and confirmed. So mote it be. Amen. All right, good magic. That there was the Invocation of Thoth by Israel Ragardi. Really good stuff, man. Good magic. I hope you liked it. I hope you appreciate it. That's what we're doing here on the old YouTube, on the old boob tube, right? Down in the dilly dabbly. If you're out in the chitter chatter box tonight, make sure you guys are keeping it squeaky clean with Wishy Washy dish soap. Wishy Washy dish soap in the 5-pound box. You can pick up a box today at Thompson's 5 and Dime, 20% discount in your Sunday paper. Wishy Washy, $4.99 for the 5-pound box of Wishy Washy dish soap, and it comes with a complimentary Wishy Washy dishcloth. Get yours today. Buy one for yourself. Buy one for a lover. Get a box of Wishy Washy and keep your balls squeaky clean with Wishy Washy dish soap. Once again, like Finnegan, we are back here on FM radio with Frank Monday. It's going to be a live evening of music, invocations, magic, and more. Hopefully we could get some guests here tonight because it is a Monday chill night here in Old Peking. And we're getting shit done, man. I hope you all good-looking sex people are doing all right out there in Happy Land. One motherfucker, baby bruh. What's up, baby bruh? My name baby bruh. I don't know where baby bruh from, but he got a funny name, man. He says, this is weird. It's weird, right? Like that gal who did Snow White, all right? What was her name? Rachel Zegler. This is weird. It's weird. It's outdated, right? Get with the picture. Get in the modern time. Be gender fluid. Come on, man. Fly a rainbow flag. This is weird. Weird. Yeah, well, baby bruh, your name is weird. Are you a weirdo, bro? You know, there's the fucking door, man. Just swipe on through. Don't stay where you don't want to be, right? Hey, Tara Zastomos. Weird fucking name. I'll just go with Tara. How about that? Taraza. Good to see you, Tara. Welcome to the chat. Like and subscribe. I appreciate that. I hope you are doing well tonight out in Happy Land, wherever you are, whoever you are, and whenever you may be receiving this transmission. Tara, we're just hanging out. We're going to do some tarot readings later. So that coincides. That goes right in with your name, Tara. Tara, the tarot reader. Have you got a question for the tarot, Tara? I will cam up and do a tarot reading for you live. If you've got a question for the tarot, if you would like a free tarot reading, that would be very exciting. I would be more than happy to do that for you tonight here in Twilight Zone Old Peking. If it's your first time, don't let it be your last time, Tara. Make sure you hit the like button and subscribe. Check back often, because you never know when old motherfucking Frank Monday gonna go live and be chilling with y'all out in Happy Land, getting shit done. Out there just swinging your dick, doing your thing, shaking your love maker. I can appreciate it, baby. I don't know what you up to tonight, Tara, but you ought to put it down there in the chitter chatter box. Just make sure you keep it squeaky clean with wishy-washy dish soap, Tara. Pick yourself up a 5-pound box for $4.99. Tarot. Make sure you pick up that 5-pound box of wishy-washy. It keeps your balls squeaky clean. We're going to have a little bit of music right now from Dweller of the Dark. If you don't know Dweller of the Dark, definitely check him out here on YouTube. He's got a channel. He makes music and more. He does horror story readings and all kinds of fun stuff. This is one of my favorite tunes by Dweller of the Dark. Let's check it out.
Eagles flying high, cats on the prowl, devils in your bed, their whispers so loud, witches on my heels, so they'll steal, running in the dark, truth they conceal, blood on the walls, splattering a sink. I can't help the pain, no time to think. Hounds howl at night, shadows in the light, fear in every breath, eyes wide with fright. Cards dealt by fate, no way to escape. Threads getting tight, can't see the daylight. Blood on the walls, splattering a sink. God can't help the dead, no time to think.
Alright. Ben the Ho says that's his ringtone, his or her. Good looking out, Ben the Ho.
Cards dealt by fate, no way to escape. Threads getting tight, can't see the daylight. Blood on the walls, splattering a sink. God can't help the dead, no time to fake.
Right. Baby got hoes. 419. All right, everyone. That was Dweller of the Dark. It's a YouTube channel here on YouTube. On the old boob tube, he's getting it done. He's doing good magic, and he's got a lot of good tunes jamming out there in Happy Land for you. So make sure you check him out if you haven't already. Get over there and tell him Frank Monday sent you. I hope y'all good-looking sex people are doing all right out in Happy Land tonight. This is a live transmission from Twilight Zone, Old Peking, deep within the central kingdom of the Celestial Dragon, far behind the bamboo firewall, coming at you once again like Finnegan. Whoever you are, wherever you are, whenever you are receiving this transmission, I wishing you good magic. Welcome back, Wayfarer, Wizard, Warrior, Wanderer, and Wildcat alike. Tune in daily. And yeah, I don't broadcast daily though, so it is what it is. We're gonna open up the lines for tarot readings. So if you'd like a tarot reading, just click the link and jump on panel, and I will read for you from the tarot cards, and I'll cam up, and we'll have a great time. If nobody takes the bait, then we're just going to roll on into the abodes of the future and start getting busy, right? Because there ain't nothing like being busy, for getting busy and getting busy. And I know all of you out there are interested in the future and in the tarot and divination. I know that you're interested in getting busy, right? And you might want to ask a question like, is it a good time to get busy right now? Is it a good time to change jobs or pursue a new love interest? Or what is my love interest doing behind the scenes, right? You got to find out. The only way you can find out is if you click the link, jump on panel, and ask old Frank Monday to consult the tarot on your behalf. If you don't do it now, then do it later. But now is the time, ladies and gentlemen. There is no time like the present. All right, we're sounding good on the feedback loop. I'm sure you could hear that. So it means that our broadcast is live, and we are transmitting from the central kingdom of the Celestial Dragon. Have you had a cup of coffee today? You might consider Juan Valdez's Colombian Supremo. It's rich, dark, and smooth. You can pick up a kilo-pound box or bag with the gusset at the bottom and the resealable top. You can pick up the Juan Valdez Colombian Supremo at your local grocery store. It is one of the best, smoothest, richest, darkest brews on the market. Check it out today. Juan Valdez is sourced from practices that are extremely healthy for the land and the people. Get a bag of Juan Valdez. You can find out more about it at www.buymeacoffee.com/Frank Monday. Because I'm not a criminal. Go over to Frank Monday today and buy him a cup of coffee. Buy him a cup of that old Colombian Supremo by putting a couple of dollars in the tip jar, right? You do that for me, that'll put the lead in my pencil, the pep in my step, and the jelly in my donut. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about, Wayfarer? You know about the jelly in the donut, don't you? You know, you've had one of those days before where you're just like cruising around, doing your own thing, and suddenly somebody fucking steps on your foot or something like that, you know, or causes you some form of vexation or angst. And you really feel like, fuck, that just took the jelly out of my donut, the lead out of my pencil, and the pep out of my step. But you know what, Wayfarer? Keep your nose to the grindstone, and you will keep doing good magic, and you'll find that occasionally you need a free tarot reading. And when you do, you can stop by Frank Mondays anytime and pick one up. Anytime we're live, guys. I like to do tarot readings. Again, you can find out more on the Buy Me a Coffee link in the description. And if you want a personalized hour-long reading with one of your favorite psychics and divinators, someone directly in touch with God and his holy archangels and the beloved Son, right? A guy with a direct link to source energy. Anytime you can stop by and request a tarot reading. Yeah, just check it out on buymeacoffee.com. When you catch me live, you can get a free one. So make sure you hit the link or put your question in the box. If you would like a free tarot reading, I'll post it this way. Questions. Let's see here, guys. It's gonna take me just a second to figure this out. I don't have this one. I don't have this one set up as a banner, so I'm gonna have to type it out letter by letter. Questions in all caps, please. Yeah, that ought to get it done right there, right? I'm sure that most of you good-looking, sexy people out there in Happy Land, you know what all caps are, right? As far as I know, they only stream out like to English-speaking audiences. They pretty much just stream out to English-speaking crowds. So I would imagine that most of you joining us here, English is either your first language or your primary second language. That would be my guess. And so as a result, you can get a free tarot reading today. Don't hesitate. All right. Good looking out. We're going to play a little more music. We're going to hang around, chill. We're going to make this a chill stream. You know, we're just going to take it like it comes. We're going to roll with the punches, keep our nose to the grindstone, and just keep on trucking, baby. Get a little bit of that Eazy-E one time. Not sure if we're allowed to play Eazy-E or not. Probably not. Death Row Records probably has a
Eazy-E. It says, hey, nigger.
Hey, what's up, nigga?
Depends on how you said it. Like you say, what's up, nigga? Then that's cool. But if you just say, nigger, then I'm going to take it different. I might be over there, you be pulling me off of it, you know?
Now, if a white person walks up to Eazy-E and says, hey, nigger.
Depends on how you said it.
Notice how it was like a racially loaded question. If a white person walks up to you, Eazy-E, and says, hey, nigger, how are you going to react? And he's like, I don't give a fuck. White, black, Japanese, Chinese. Eazy-E, brother from the hood, right? Born on the border of Compton and Long Beach like old Frank Monday. You know, I shook Eazy-E's hand once at this Compton swap meet. That's a big deal. I was the only white kid there.
Like you say, what's up, nigga? Then that's cool. But if you just say, nigger, then I'm going to take it different. I might be over there, you be pulling me off of it, you know?
Walks up to
I'll be whooping his
hey,
ass. You be pulling me off of him. Yeah, it depends on how you say it. You know, he knows what's up. He ain't going to be baited in by some pseudo-journalist trying to get some fake news clips and sound bites for the internet of his day. That was back in like the mid-'80s, man. I think by 92, Eazy wasn't even around anymore. You know, the Star Whackers had taken him out. Yeah, they like to take out guys. So purportedly, right? Purportedly, assumedly. What's the word they use? Legal jargon. Reportedly, rumouriously, according to local gossip and lore at the time, right? He got whacked by the Star Whackers. That's no fun, huh? That shit ain't cute. Don't be doing that to my homeboy Eazy-E, motherfucker. You're gonna be representing my set, right? Well, who'd you come from, SA? What up? Allegedly, there it is. Thank you, Seth. I appreciate that. There's actually a longtime viewer of the channel. Welcome back. Seth Zombie, right? Seth Zamob. It's kind of a tough name. I'll just go with Seth. How about that? Oh yeah, that's funny. Because in LA, when we grow up, the first couple questions you would get when you were in the hood, they'd be like, what hood you from? SA, what's up? Yo, Crip, blood, what's up? What hood you from? And then after you told them what hood you were from, then they say, what set you represent? What hood you from? What set you represent? And set meant gang, right? What gang are you a member of? That's how that would translate into modern parlance. What neighborhood are you from and what gang do you represent? And you'd be like, I don't know, man. Long Beach Coasters, LBC, all right? Long Beach Coasters. This is just surfer kids getting out, riding skateboards down to the beach. The beach cruiser with the surfboard strapped to the back on a surf rack. Yeah, just getting at it. Good magic, man. I'm sure you can appreciate it. Okay, there we go. There we go. We got another song coming up for y'all. Check it out. Check it out.
vixen will take more than my wine. Damn the vampires in Judas Mill. Take and they take, never get their fill. In the night under the moon's cold glow, they weave spells and secrets that only shadows know. Devils down in Judas Mill won't ever break free from her thrill. Under skies so dark and wide, she'll haunt till the last star dies. Devils down in Judas Mill, one in my heart, one in my soul still, till the last stars decline. This vixen will take more than my wine. Damn the vampires in Judas Mill. Take and they take, never get their fill. In the night under the moon's cold glow, they weave spells and secrets that only shadows know. Devils down in Judas Mill won't ever break free from her thrill. Under skies so dark and wide, she'll haunt till the last star dies. Under skies so dark and wide, she'll haunt till the last star dies.
Devils down in Judas Mill, never break free from the thrill. Yeah, all right. Dweller of the Dark, everyone. Check it out on YouTube, man. Get over there, hit the button, do the thing. Welcome back, Wayfarer, wherever you are, whoever you are, and whenever you may be receiving this transmission. Good magic. We've got questions in all caps tonight, please. So if you do want a free tarot reading, you can click the link and come on panel. I will read for you live. Or you can do the thing, man. Just put the question in all caps. Yeah, I think I have successfully tagged the StreamYard link and as a pinned comment, and it should be appearing in your window now at the top. I believe it's at the top. Hard to see anything these, but looks good. Looks good. Questions in all caps for tarot readings, of course, once again. And I will remind you, Wayfarer, to check us out on buymeacoffee.com/Frank Money. Put a little something in the tip jar. We will immediately send you a 20% discount coupon off of Wishy Washy dish soap. The 5-pound box is $4.99, and you get a 20% discount coupon by visiting us at buymeacoffee.com/Frank Monday. Put a little something in the tip jar if you are over there. Leave a comment on one of the posts and get a cameo appearance by Frank Monday in your mailbox as a thank you. You can make a request, a one-time coffee purchase. You can make a request for a cameo of your choice, whatever you'd like. So get her done now. Get over there and get her done. Hit the link for those free tarot readings, questions in all caps. And yeah, we will sit back and listen to a little bit more. Not of Dweller of the Dark now. We're going to do a shift from music and into arcane knowledge. We will be looking at portions of fragments of the Narcotic manuscripts. So give me just a second to get that queued up, Wayfarer, and I will present that to you. It should be right over here, if we're lucky. If not, it's been misplaced. It looks like it has. Maybe we've cycled it out for some other material. Let's see what we've got here. Open lines. This is a fun one. We'll go with 5 lines you should speak to yourself every day by Grimface Motivation. Let's see here. That's not working. Not exactly sure how to shut that. There it is there. And boop. Boop, boopy doop, boop, boop, boop.
Open in the quiet stillness of dawn, you stand at the crossroads of possibility. What do you tell yourself in that sacred moment? Is it a whisper of doubt or a declaration of dominance?
Yeah, an affirmation of independence and self-discipline, self-governance. It was a vast room hung with strangely figured auras and carpeted with Bukhara rugs of impressive age and workmanship. 4 men were sitting around a document-strewn table. From the far corners where odd tripods of wrought iron were now and then replenished by an incredibly aged Negro in somber livery, came the hypnotic fumes of oleobanum, while in a deep niche on one side there ticked a curious coffin-shaped clock whose dial bore baffling hieroglyphs and whose 4 hands did not move in consonance with any time system known on this planet. It was a singular and disturbing room, but well fitted to the business now at hand. For here, in the New Orleans home of this continent's greatest mystic, mathematician, and Orientalist, there was being settled at last the estate of a scarcely less great mystic, scholar, author, and dreamer who had vanished from the face of the earth 4 years before.
Let me tell you this. The words you choose in those first moments after waking are not just idle thoughts. They are commands issued to the universe, directives that shape the very fabric of your reality. Your morning self-talk is your battle cry, the anthem of your day. It is the software that programs your mind to either soar above challenges or crumble under their weight. If you rise and tell yourself, "I can't," you have already lost before the day begins. But if you rise with purpose, if you rise with power and declare, "I will," you ignite a fire that cannot be extinguished. Every affirmation you speak is a seed planted in the fertile soil of your subconscious. Tell yourself you're unstoppable, and you'll bulldoze through obstacles like they were never there. Convince yourself you're defeated, and you'll fold at the first sign of resistance. This is not magic. It's mental alchemy. Your thoughts, spoken aloud in those first moments, are the blueprint for your actions, your reactions, and ultimately, your results. Look in the mirror, even if your reflection feels like a stranger. Speak to that person with authority, with intention. Say, "Today, I conquer. Today, I rise. Today, I do not kneel to weakness or fear." Do not whisper these words timidly. Say them as if the world is listening. Say them as if your life depends on it, because it does. This is the law of the mind. What you feed it in the morning becomes the fuel for your entire day. Feed it doubt, and you'll starve your potential. Feed it strength, and you'll become unstoppable. Understand this. Your mind doesn't care whether the words you speak are truth or lies. It believes what you tell it. If you say you're powerful, it will find evidence to prove you right.
That's right, because your mind can't allow you to think that you're crazy. So whatever you think to be true is true, at least for you. Right, Wayfarer? Randolph Carter, who had all his life sought to escape from the tedium and limitations of waking reality in the beckoning vistas of dreams and fabled avenues of other dimensions, disappeared from the sight of man on the 7th of October, 1928, at the age of 54. His career had been a strange and lonely one, and there were those who inferred from his curious novels many episodes more bizarre than any in his recorded history. His association with Harley Warren, the South Carolina mystic who studies in the primal Nakal language of the Himalayan priests, had led to such outrageous conclusions, had been close indeed. It was he who one mist-mad, terrible night in an ancient graveyard had seen Warren descend into a dank and nitrous vault, never to emerge again. Carter lived in Boston, but it was from the wild, haunted hills behind hoary and witch-accursed Arkham that all his forebears had come. And it was amid those ancient, cryptically brooding hills that he had ultimately vanished.
If you say you're weak, it will gather evidence to reinforce that too. So why not choose power? Why not choose resilience? Why not choose victory? Each morning, you are reborn. The failures of yesterday, the anxieties of tomorrow, they are shadows. Do not carry them with you into the light of a new day. Instead, speak life into your potential. Speak fire into your ambition. Speak war into your doubts. You are not a victim of circumstance. You are the architect of your reality. And that reality begins with the first words you speak when the sun rises. So make them count. Your mind is a garden, a vast, untamed expanse of fertile soil, waiting for your command. Every thought you have, every whisper in the quiet corners of your mind, is a seed. Some seeds are vibrant, pulsing with the energy of growth, success, and abundance. Others are dark, twisted with the roots of doubt, fear, and failure.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for those people. They'll pull you down, man. Don't be pulled down. Don't let them sink your ship, right? I sank your battleship. His old servant Pox, who died early in 1930, had spoken of the strangely aromatic and hideously carven box he had found in the attic, and of the undecipherable parchments and queerly figured silver key which that box had contained, matters of which Carter had also written to others. Carter, he said, had told him that this key had come down from his ancestors, and that it would help him to unlock the gate to his lost boyhood, and to strange dimensions and fantastic realms, which he had hitherto visited only in vague, brief, and elusive dreams. Then one day Carter took the box and its contents, and rode away in his car, never to return.
And here's the truth that many are too afraid to face. You are the gardener. Every seed you plant is your choice. Every bloom or thorn that grows is your responsibility. If your garden is overrun with weeds, thoughts of self-doubt, laziness, and regret, it's not because the world is cruel or unfair. It's because you've allowed those seeds to take root. You've let them grow unchecked, feeding them with your energy and watering them with your attention. But listen carefully. The same soil that grows weeds can grow greatness. The power has always been within you to rip out the unwanted, to burn it to ash, and to plant something extraordinary in its place. The soil doesn't discriminate. It doesn't care whether you plant the seeds of hope or despair. It will nourish whatever you give it. So ask yourself, what am I planting? Are you sowing seeds of positivity and resilience, telling yourself, I am unstoppable. I am deserving of success. I will rise no matter what stands in my way. Or are you scattering the seeds of failure with thoughts like, I can't. I'm not good enough. What's the point?
Indeed, Wayfarer, that's the first step you must take, is to eliminate all negative self-talk. Later on, people found the car at the side of an old grass-grown road in the hills behind crumbling Arkham. The hills where Carter's forebears had once dwelt, and where the ruined cellar of the great Carter homestead still gaped to the sky. It was in a grove of tall elms near by that another of the Carters had mysteriously vanished in 1781, and not far away was the half-rotted cottage where Goody Fowler the witch had brewed her ominous potions still earlier. The region had been settled in 1692 by fugitives from the witchcraft trials in Salem, and even now it bore a name for vaguely ominous things scarcely to be envisaged. Edmund Carter, the wizard, had fled from the shadow of Gallows Hill just in time, and the tales of his sorceries were many. Now it seemed his lone descendant had gone somewhere to join him.
And ultimately, your results. Look in the mirror, even if your reflection feels like a stranger. Speak to that person with authority, with intention. Say, today I conquer. Today I rise. Today I do not kneel to weakness or fear. Do not whisper these words timidly. Say them as if the world is listening. Say them as if your life depends on it.
Say them as if the responsive nature of the universe, the cosmos, the responsive cosmos is listening, because it is. In the car, they found the hideously carved box of fragrant wood and the parchment which no man could read. The silver key was gone, presumably with Carter. Further than that, there was no certain clue. Detectives from Boston said that the fallen timbers of the old Carter place seemed oddly disturbed, and someone found a handkerchief on the rock-ridged, sinisterly wooded slope behind the ruins near the dreaded cave called the Snake Den. It was then that the country legends about the Snake Den gained a new vitality. Farmers whispered of the blasphemous uses to which old Edmund Carter the wizard had put the horrible grotto, and added later tales about the fondness which Randolph Carter himself had had for it when a boy. In Carter's boyhood, the venerable gamble-roofed homestead was still standing and tenanted by his great-uncle Christopher. He had visited there often, and had taken singularly about the Snake Den. People remembered what he had said about a deep fissure and an unknown inner cavern beyond, and speculated on the change he had shown after spending one whole memorable day in the cavern when he was 9. That was in October, too, and ever after, there he had seemed to have an uncanny knack at prophesying future events.
Because it does. This is the law of the mind. What you feed it in the morning becomes the fuel for your entire day. Feed it doubt, and you'll starve your potential. Feed it strength, and you'll become unstoppable. Understand this. Your mind doesn't care whether the words you speak are truth or lies. It believes what you tell it. If you say you're powerful, it will find evidence to prove you right. If you say you're weak, it will gather evidence to reinforce that too. So why not choose power? Why not choose resilience? Why not choose victory? Each morning, you are reborn. The failures of yesterday, the anxieties of tomorrow, they are shadows. Do not carry them with you into the light of a new day. Instead, speak life into your potential. Speak fire into your ambition. Speak war into your doubts. You are not a victim of circumstance. You are the architect of your reality. And that reality begins with the first words you speak when the sun rises.
When you return from sleep, say to yourself, today I will think, breathe, feel, love, and experience life fully. Though I may meet with people who would challenge me and attempt to steal the joy from my life, I will look upon the world as an indifferent observer, making the best choices via wisdom to move in a good direction. It had rained late in the night that Carter vanished, and no one was quite able to trace his footprints from the car. Inside the snake den, all was an amorphous liquid mud, owing to the copious seepage. Only the ignorant rustics whispered about the prints they thought they spied where the great elms overhung the road, and on the sinister hillside near the snake den, where the handkerchief was found. Who could pay attention to whispers that spoke of stubby little tracks like those which Randolph Carter's square-toed boots made when he was a small boy? It was as crazy a notion as that other whisper, that the tracks of old Benijah Corey's peculiar heelless boots had met the stubby little tracks in the road. Old Benijah had been the Carters' hired man when Randolph was young, but he had died 30 years ago.
So make them count. Your mind is a garden, a vast, untamed expanse of fertile soil, waiting for your command. Every thought you have, every whisper in the quiet corners of your mind, is a seed. Some seeds are vibrant, pulsing with the energy of growth, success, and abundance. Others are dark, twisted with the roots of doubt, fear, and failure. And here's the truth that many are too afraid to face. You are the gardener. Every seed you plant is your choice. Every bloom or thorn that grows is your responsibility. If your garden is overrun with weeds, thoughts of self-doubt, laziness, and regret, it's not because the world is cruel or unfair. It's because you've allowed those seeds to take root. You've let them grow unchecked.
That's right. The world being hard isn't an excuse to give up. It's a challenge. It must have been these whispers, plus Carter's own statement to Parks and others, that the queerly arabesqued silver key, which helped him unlock the gate of his lost boyhood, which caused a number of mystical students to debate that the missing man might actually have doubled back on the trail of time and returned through 45 years to that other October day in 1883 when he had stayed in the snake den as a small boy. When he came out that night, they argued he had somehow made the whole trip to 1928 and back. For did he not thereafter know of things which were to happen later? And yet he had never spoken of anything to happen after 1928.
Feeding them with your energy and watering them with your attention. But listen carefully. The same soil that grows weeds can grow greatness. The power has always been within you to rip out the unwanted, to burn it to ash, and to plant something extraordinary in its place. The soil doesn't discriminate. It doesn't care whether you plant the seeds of hope or despair. It will nourish whatever you give it. So ask yourself, what am I planting? Are you sowing seeds of positivity and resilience, telling yourself, I am unstoppable. I am deserving of success. I will rise no matter what stands in my way. Or are you scattering the seeds of failure with thoughts like, I can't, I'm not good enough. What's the point? Understand this. Every thought you allow to linger, every word you speak to yourself, shapes the garden of your mind. Neglect it, and it will grow wild with chaos. Tend to it with care, and it will become a sanctuary of strength, purpose, and abundance.
Yes, indeed. And that's what spiritual cultivation is all about. It's like cultivating the body like a garden. Body, mind, and spirit all should be cultivated like a garden. One way to do that is by going through some of Rudolf Steiner's lectures on spiritual science. This is The Dead Are With Us, from the 10th of February, 1918 in Nuremberg. Rudolf Steiner. Our studies into spiritual sciences contain much that we cannot, perhaps, put to direct application in everyday life, and we may sometimes be inclined to feel it all rather more remote from everyday life. But this is only seemingly the case. What we receive into the sphere of our knowledge concerning the secrets of the spiritual world is at every hour, every moment of vital and profound significance for our souls. What seems to be remote from us personally is often what the soul inwardly needs. In order to know the physical world, we must make ourselves acquainted with it. But to know the spiritual world, it is essential that we ourselves think through and make mental pictures of thoughts and conceptions imparted to us by that world. Visualization is the key here, astral travel and pathworking. These thoughts then often work quite unconsciously within the soul. That upon which the soul is working may seem to be quite remote, while in reality it is very near indeed to the higher domains of life of the soul and to our ascension into the realms above.
Intentionality is the key. You cannot casually toss seeds into the soil and hope for the best. You must be deliberate, ruthless. Rip out the weeds as soon as they sprout. When the voice of fear whispers, "You'll fail," drown it out with the roar of determination. I will not quit. I will not break. I will succeed. Your garden thrives on discipline. The more you nurture positive thoughts, the stronger their roots grow.
Indeed, and in order to reinforce that, again, today we will study the course that life takes between death and a new birth. That life that seems so far removed from the human being in the physical world. Let's begin with a simple narration of what is found by spiritual investigation. These things can be understood if they are thought over and pondered time and again. Through their own power, they make themselves comprehensible to the soul. Anyone who does not understand them should realize that he has not thought them through often enough. Such matters must be investigated by means of spiritual science, but they can be understood if the soul will ponder them time and again. They will then be confirmed by the facts which meet us in daily life. If only life is properly studied, then we will be substantiated by the facts of life. You will realize from many of the lecture courses that have herein been given in consideration of life between death and a new birth is fraught with difficulty because its conditions are so entirely different from those of the life that can be pictured with the help of the organs of the physical body. We have to become acquainted with completely different conceptions and spiritual organs. Ordinary eyes are not like spiritual eyes. Ordinary ears do not hear spiritual things, and the ordinary everyday mind cannot perceive the subtle operation of the cosmos. When we enter into relationship with things in our physical environment, we know that only a small portion of the beings around us in the physical world will react to our actions, our manifestations of will, in such a way that pleasure or pain is caused by these actions. Reaction of this kind takes place in the case of the animal kingdom and the human kingdom. But we are justified in our conviction that the mineral world including what is in the air and water, and also in essentials the world of plants, are insensitive to what we call pleasure or pain when actions are performed by us. In the environment of the dead, all this is changed. In the environment of the so-called dead, conditions are such that everything, including what is done by the dead themselves, arouses either pleasure or pain in the whole environment. Reader's aside, I'll read that one more time. In the environment of the so-called dead, conditions are such that everything, including what is done by the dead themselves, arouses either pleasure or pain in the whole environment. The dead can do no single thing, cannot, if I may speak pictorially, move a single one of their limbs without pleasure or pain being caused by what he or she does. We must try to think our way into these conditions of existence. So, readers aside, contemplate that for a moment. The division of the mineral, plant, animal, and human kingdoms and their interrelationships. The fact that spiritually the dead are not directly conversant with the mineral and animal kingdom, but stand on top of it, as it were, whereas human beings take most of their nourishment from it. All right. And then contemplate those visions that come forth from the mind and the subtle state, and contemplate them over and code them in memory. We must assimilate the thought that life between death and a new birth is so constituted that everything we do awakens an echo in the environment. During the whole period between death and a new birth, we can do nothing. We cannot even move, pictorially speaking, without awakening pleasure or pain in the environment. The mineral kingdom, as we have it around us on the physical plane, does not exist for the dead, neither does our plant world. As you can gather from the books on theosophy, those kingdoms are present in quite a different form. They are not present in the spiritual world in the form in which we know them here, namely as realms devoid of feeling. The first kingdom of those we know on the physical plane, which has significance for the dead because it can be compared with what the dead has in its environment, is the animal kingdom. I do not, of course, mean the individual animals, but their collective spirits. Not the ones that are here on the physical plane, but the whole environment is such that its effects and influence are as if animals were there. The reaction of the environment is such that pleasure or pain proceeds from what is done. On the physical plane, we stand upon mineral soil. The dead stands upon a soil, lives in an environment which may be compared with the animal nature in this sense. The dead, therefore, starts his life 2 kingdoms higher. On the earth, we get to know the animal kingdom only from the outside. The most external activity of the life between death and a new birth consists in acquiring a more and more intimate, exact knowledge of the animal world. For in this life between death and a new birth, we must prepare all those forces which, working in from the cosmos, organize your body. In the physical world, we know nothing of these forces. Between death and a new birth, we know that our body, down to its smallest particles, is formed out of the cosmos. For we ourselves prepare this physical body, bringing together in it the whole scope of animal nature. We ourselves build it up between lifetimes. So the vehicle, that's pretty important knowledge, man, if you contemplate it. Let's go backwards through it. The vehicle, the body, the human temple, the mortal coil that you now possess is something that you built up in your last life between death and a new birth, even down to the smallest particles, gathering them in with every movement of your life beyond this life, right? The realm beyond, the after, pardon me, I guess we just call it the afterlife, right? And I've learned that that can be a relative amount of time that you spend between death and a new birth. For example, if you die young, you will reincarnate quite young as well. And so if you're in your 20s or something, it'll just be a few years approximately before you reincarnate into a new body and try again. But if you grow into an older age, you'll actually spend a fourfold amount of time beyond. So, you know, you make it past, I believe 50, like halfway more through life, into your 60s, 70s, and 80s, then it will increase exponentially all the way to the end at fourfolds. So if you live to 50, probably you spend 100 to 200 years in the afterlife. If you live to 70, 80, or 90, you know, you'll spend more like 300 to 400 years in the realm beyond, right? Existing beyond the veil. And what you do with that time, yeah, depending on your level of power, it's entirely up to you, right? In order to make the picture more exact, we must acquaint ourselves with a concept, an idea that is rather remote from present-day mentality. Modern man knows quite well that when a magnetic needle lies with one end pointing towards the north and the other towards the south, this is not caused by the needle itself, but by the earth as a whole is a cosmic magnet, and which one end points to the north and the other towards the south. It would be considered pure nonsense to assert that the direction is brought about merely by the forces contained in the magnetic needle. In the case of a human being, it is the same, right? We are a manifestation of the environment and the subtle realm. Many unseen things happening, Wayfarer. All right, try to pay a little more attention to them sometimes. In the case of a seed or germ which develops in an animal or in a human being, all science and all schools of thought deny the factor of cosmic influence. What would be described as nonsense in the case of the magnetic needle is accepted without further thought in the case of an egg forming within the hen. But when the egg is forming within the hen, the whole cosmos is in fact participating. What happens on Earth is merely the stimulus to the play of cosmic forces. Everything that takes shape in the egg is an imprint of cosmic forces, and the hen herself is only a place, an abode, a dwelling, in which the cosmos, the whole world system as it were, is developing this work. We are the workshop of the subtle origin, and it is the same in the case of the human being. This is a thought which we must become familiar. And as he said earlier, right, it's something you have to visualize through over and over and over again. These thoughts must be pondered time and again. Through their own power, they make themselves comprehensible to the soul. Anyone who does not understand them should realize that they have not thought them through enough. Such matters must be investigated by spiritual science. These are facts. And a lot of them, see, the interesting thing is if you have a tendency towards gnosis, then you will see immediately spiritual truths and wisdom from the ancients and recognize them as such. I've always had that talent since I was young, I truly believe. And yeah, I've proved it out over time. In order to make the picture more exact, okay, we read there. So the chicken and the hen, the chicken and the egg, right? The existential question, timeless. Looks like we might have had a little bit of a breakup with the internet. I will double check on the feedback loop. Let's see, we'll bump that and reinitiate it. Not sure if we're still transmitting. Between death and a new birth, in the company of beings of the higher hierarchies, the human being is working at this whole system of forces which permeates the cosmos. For between death and a new birth, he is not without employment. He works perpetually. And people think that there'll be some great transformation at the time of death. There really won't be. The patterns that you've built up and reinforced in this plane of development will carry over into your next plane. Many people are complete nihilists in that they think you lose your personality and your ego and the various aspects of your personality. Those are a manifestation and quality, a cultivation of your soul through many lifetimes. They're not something that happened haphazardly in a single manifestation of, protoplasma manifesting into the human realm. No, absolutely not. And even any kind of logic would tell you that that can't be true. Right, that all of those patterns were pre-existent and cultivated over a long, long time. In the animal kingdom, then, that which is acquaintance is first made. The next kingdom is the human kingdom. Nature and the plant kingdom are absent. The dead's acquaintance with the human kingdom is limited. If we may use a familiar phrase, between death and a new birth, this begins immediately or soon after death. The death has contact and can make links only with those human souls, whether still living on earth or in the yonder world, with whom he has already had karmatic connection on earth, in the last or in an earlier incarnation. Other souls pass him by. They do not come within his within his kin, right? His sphere of influence, his energy egg, as it were. He becomes aware of the animal realm as a totality. Only those human souls come within his kin with whom he has had karmatic connection on earth. And these he grows more and more closely acquainted. You must not imagine that their number is small, for individual human beings have already passed through many earth lives. In every earth life, a whole host of karmatic connections have been made, and these is spun the web which then, in the spirit world, extends over all the souls whom the dead has known in life. Only those with whom acquaintance has never been made remain outside the circle. Yeah, it's interesting. In fact, at the time of death, I have seen what happens many, many times to different people. And I could tell you a little more about it if you would like, Wayfarer. But do not cast your pearls before swine, as it were, right? So if you're listening to this now or later, thank you for tuning in. I remind you to hit the like button, subscribe, do all that happy horse shit that makes YouTube's algorithms bark like Pavlov's dog. There it is there. Like and subscribe. Do it now. Check me out on buymeacoffee.com/Frank Money. Put a little something in the tip jar. Much love. And let's continue with the Grimface motivation reading. And then we'll jump back into Steiner's commentary on the dead and their realm beyond. Oops. Let's see here. Okay, gotta shut that. Yeah, looks good.
Until no storm can uproot them. The more you practice intentional self-talk, the more your mind will bloom with opportunities, solutions, and the will to win. But be warned, neglect is easy. It takes no effort to let weeds choke the life from your garden. It takes no strength to give in to negativity. Discipline is hard. Discipline demands effort, patience, and relentless focus. But the reward is a mind so powerful, so fertile, that nothing can stop you. Imagine walking through your garden and seeing every flower, every tree, every blade of grass as a reflection of your thoughts. Will it be a place of beauty and abundance, or will it be a wasteland of despair?
Indeed. And on your journey to the astral temple, you might like to walk through a wooded area with a bamboo grove, mountains in the distance. And as you walk onward, you start to get to the foothills, walking among the wooded hills, pine groves, and whispering streams. And as you walk among those streams, you see the sun shining through the glade on the lush and verdant foliage carpeting the hillsides. And you might find a secret and removed copse of woods, a small grove where there's a clearing, and you can see the sun and the moon both in the sky simultaneously as they transit across the great level plain. And nearby there's a cave with a megalithic stone door, your special sigil carved in the door, glowing and highlighted with whatever color energy is emitting in your mood and spirit at the time, your level of initiation. And you could step forward and reach out a hand, gently touch that large megalithic stone door, and it swings inward. You think of a direction that it swings inward at. You walk through it, and you step into the cavern below. Darkness surrounds you. Minerals twinkle like stars in a vast Stygian canopy. You see a distant light. You see a light distant before you. As you walk, it starts to grow, and there's a lantern at the top of a spiral staircase. Softly glowing, you can hear the emanations of communications and tunnels below. And as you step forward to the top of the staircase, there's a wooden banister rail on one side of carved, oaken, fragrant wood. You reach out one hand and touch the wood. You can hear the resonance of the tunnel as the spiral staircase leads you down. There are onyx steps that seem to emit their own inner glow. Lanterns line the far wall of the corridor leading downward. You're going to take 10 steps down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then you emerge onto a landing, a platform at the bottom. It's an octagonal room with a single door on what feels to you to be the southern portion of the room. Similar gaswork lanterns are hung around the room, giving it a soft ethereal glow. The door is made of hardwood and has another sigil on the door that's appropriate for your level. There's a brass latched door handle. You can step up and examine the door. It's got an arched stone entryway. Knock on the door, touch the handle, feel its cool metal in your grasp. Whenever you're ready, Wayfarer, take a few deep breaths and perceive the room beyond. And whenever you're ready, you can take out the ancient silver key that fits in this door perfectly. An ancient silver skeleton key of mastered craftsmanship. Unlock that door. Return the key to your breast pocket where you had it, and then step through. As you step into the room beyond the door, its beauty strikes you. A room filled with an ethereal glow, a canopy above like the dark night sky filled with stars. All of your familiar constellations are present. At the center of the room is a large dais, round stone table of megalithic design, carven with the arcane symbols of your tradition. At each of the 4 cardinal points are the appropriate decor and furnishings of your tradition. At the semicircle quadrants are various light emitting sources. As you step forward toward the altar, you imagine and perceive the tools of your art, whatever are appropriate for engaging and completing the great work as you know it. Circumambulate your altar to the south and stand behind on the west side facing the east. You can see all the items of the eastern quadrant before you. As you raise your hands to the heavens, you call upon the divine spark of the source above, draw it down into you, complete your middle pillar, feeling complete relaxation, sending the energy out to the north and south, left and right. Leolam, Amen. You circumambulate and cast the arcane sigils of your tradition, invoking their power. As you complete your circle, you return behind your altar, invoking the names of the archangels in their quadrants and empowering the stars around you. Embracing the star within, you cast out your magical sigil from the heart center and into the triangle of art. You might imagine a whooshing of energy, wind and light, taking a luminous orb of plasma as it shoots into the triangle of art, igniting it with energy of the scenery of what will play out as your wish is fulfilled. And then you just stand back and enjoy it, enjoy the show. That's the way it works, Wayfarer. When you're done, you turn off, you seal your triangle of art, you unwind your circle, you give thanks and prayer to the Almighty, the Divine. You exit out of your chamber, closing the door behind you, but not looking back, Wayfarers. You head back to the spiral staircase, up the 10 onyx steps, coming back to the waking world, having completed good magic and great work. You head back to the stone megalithic door, swinging shut behind you as you return to the hillside grove, the clearing, the Garden of Eden. And you walk off in any direction you like to return to the waking world, feeling good, feeling invigorated, feeling like you've definitely achieved something. Good magic, Wayfarer. I hope you appreciated that brief hypnotic induction into your astral temple. If you know, you know, right? If you don't, well, then you can learn. Because remember, O neophyte, goodness alone is power, silence is strength, will regaineth omnipotence, and love lieth at the foundation, because love is the law, love under will, and do what thou wilt is in fact the whole of the law.
The choice is yours. It has always been yours. Today, you decide what seeds to plant. Today, you decide what kind of life you will grow. Look at the soil beneath your feet. Feel the weight of your responsibility. You are the gardener. Your mind is your masterpiece. Cultivate it with care, or watch it wither. Plant boldly, plant relentlessly, and watch your life transform. Every day begins as a blank slate, a canvas on which you paint the story of your life. But here's the hard truth. The brush is in your hand, and the colors are your thoughts, your choices, and your actions. If you wake up aimless, defeated, and reactive, then your life will reflect that chaos. But if you wake up with clarity, conviction, and purpose, you can create a masterpiece. The 5 daily affirmations are not just words. They are weapons, sharp, deliberate, and powerful. When wielded with conviction, they can cut through the chains of mediocrity and fear, forging a framework for unstoppable success. But only if you speak them like you mean them. Whisper them timidly, and they are hollow echoes.
That's right. You've got to invoke often and inflame yourself with prayer, right? Holy art thou, Lord of the universe. So these spiritual teachings that we're reading from Rudolf Steiner indicates a truth which should be emphasized, namely the supreme importance of the earth life for the individual human life. This is an important thing to take into consideration, right? Many people are out there vilifying earthly life and giving you a line of horseshit about your physical human body, right? When in fact, the dogs are screaming, huh? The dog bark. Keep them dogs barking. right? The human life is very, very important to your spiritual life. Don't fuck around and think that, just because you're a member of a religion and you've called upon the name of Jesus the Christ, that you're guaranteed a spiritual immortality. Yeah, some folks may tell you that's how it works, but I think there's a lot more fucking work to do than that, just in my opinion. If you had no earth life, then we should be unable to form links with human souls in the spiritual world. These links are made on earth and then continue between death and a new birth. Those who are able to see into that world perceive how the dead gradually make more and more links, all of which are out of their connections formed on earth. Yeah, it's good magic. I think some of that can be accounted for by randomness too, even though you're going to have a spiritual evolution, as it were. Some of it can be all things can be overcome by magic. The magician can overcome any chains of any type of karma or astrology or any type of birth. Just as concerning the first kingdom with which the dead comes into contact, the animal kingdom, we can say that everything the dead does, even when he or she simply moves, causes either pleasure or pain in his environment. So we can say concerning everything experienced in the human realm, in yonder world, that the dead is in much more intimate connection with human beings in the domain of soul life. When the dead becomes acquainted with a soul, he gets to know this soul as if he himself were within it. After death, knowledge of another soul is as intimate as knowledge here on earth of our own finger. More intimate, in fact. There are two basic experiences in the community among human souls between death and a new birth. We are either within the other souls or outside of them. Even in the case of souls with whom we are already acquainted, we are now within, and then again outside of them. Meeting with them consists in feeling at one with them, being with them. And to be outside them means that we do not notice them. If we look at some object here on earth, we perceive it. If we look away from it, we no longer perceive it. In yonder world, we are actually within human souls when we are able to turn our attention to them, and we are outside them when we are not in a position to do so. So again, more of that reinforcement of the energy egg and the attention point, the critical factor, the holy guardian angel, the guardian at the threshold, all of those elements coming into play as you perceive in that world beyond.
Speak them with fire, and they become your truth. Affirmation 1. Today, I choose to be positive. Understand this. Positivity is not some naive optimism or blind happiness. It is a weapon. It is the refusal to let negativity dictate your day. When you say, "Today, I choose to be positive," you are declaring war on self-doubt, on fear, on every excuse that tries to take root in your mind. You are saying, "I will control my emotions. They will not control me." Positivity is power. Harness it. Affirmation 2.
Okay, so that was affirmation 1. Positivity is power. Let's think about that for a little bit. Let's talk about it. You and me, all you good-looking, sexy people out there in Happy Land. So one mission I had set off with on early was to discipline my mind as a young man. And in fact, I think I was 21 or 22, maybe 20. I gave myself the 1-year challenge to not speak unless spoken to, and to speak as very little as possible, as little as I could get away with. Maybe nodding my head and smiling instead of saying thank you, and minimizing all speech. At the time, I believe I was single and living in my own home and working and going to school. So a lot of things going on, and I chose to just shut my mouth and be silent. And it worked for a long time. In fact, I repeated one affirmation over and over and over again in Chinese, or 少说话多做事, and just mentally. And anytime anybody said anything to me, I repeated that in my mind before I would speak. Then I would speak only reluctantly and only that which was absolutely necessary. Any superfluous speech was eliminated, and I sought to master in the command of my speech to overcome any type of verbal pause or crutch word, catchphrase. And I discovered during that time with a friend of mine that some of the most common ones were, you know, it's like, and really? These three took up an inordinate amount of energy by the human being. Those human beings, in fact, which spoke without erudite thought and contemplation of the words coming out of their mouths. So look for that, wayfarer. Look for the verbal crutches, excessive amount of words, and those words which replace ideas with thoughtlessness. Endeavor to choose only those words which convey your meaning most precisely and accurately, concisely, and with good cheer, absolutely, as well. Obviously, we're going to have some common callous mistakes, but we should endeavor at least to do so. That thing which is most important. And is this one of those things that are important? I think it is, if you ask me. I got annoyed because I spent so much time listening to people say those three things so often, ad nauseum, that a friend of mine, he and I decided to cut those things from our lives. The first one, you know, is an assumption that whatever you're talking about, the listener is familiar with, and they may in fact might not be, right? So my response to people saying that is, I don't know, tell me. And I try to do it every time they say, you know, and some people will notice and it will break them of the pattern of assuming that I know something that they're about to tell me, or some familiarized common knowledge about it, which I may in fact not. And even if I do, it's inappropriate to do that in polite, elevated parlance. And the other one was, it's like, and we said this may be an unfair comparison. And so rather than saying that, you should make the connections in a way that are more direct and highlight that. That one's hard not to use because you're making comparison and contrasting a lot. Everyone does, in order to delineate what something is and isn't. So it seems like this, it seems like that, it seems to be this way, or it seems to be that way. I think this is where E-prime language comes in. And one should endeavor to utilize direct is, or the equal sign, as little as possible, and rather attribute those things as they appear. It appears as, it presents as, rather than it is this or that, because no thing is exclusively something that it is not, right? And to make those abstract obfuscations doesn't get us closer to truth. And then the last one was, oh, really? To question the veracity unnecessarily of other people, and to use explicitive type language, hyperbole, in such a wanton fashion. So those were the three we sought to eliminate. And we actually used Aleister Crowley's parlor game And if you're familiar with it, you're familiar with it. If not, I will not tell you about it. But it's quite a dandy. And so if you said that there was a threshold, and if you said it once or twice or 3 times a day or something, or if you caught yourself saying it, then there was a task you had to carry out in retribution until you broke yourself of that thing. And mostly, I think it's recommended that you take on 1 verbal slight at a time, but we took on 3 at the same time, and we commanded and enforced it upon each other. For example, we would engage in as much elevated conversation as we could without using those 3 things. And if either one of us used it or fell back into it, then the other one would give, the punch in the chest. And then if you were alone and did it, or did it in the company of someone else, there was something else you had to do. And there were other things. We came up with creative ways to enforce it, to enforce the law, right? Do what thou will. And that's a part of doing what thou will. You have to command yourself to do what you will. And one of those things must be to get control over your speech. For getting control over my body, I practiced Kung Fu since I was a small kid and mastered some fists. And there are some fists and forms that I still practice to this day. I endeavored to master the straight sword and did so. The bow staff, but I never really liked the bow staff that much, so I gave it up after about 20 years. Whereas the sword I've practiced since my teens. So I've been doing sword dance for 40 years now? 40 years of swinging the sword nearly every day. If not every day, then lots of times per week. And fist forms I do every day. I've always done those. And Qigong. Qigong I've done every day since I was a kid. And other forms of invocation. So on and so forth. So that was the body. The mind, meditation, obviously, quiet sitting, going through path working, doing the entire Hermetic tree of life in each of the spheres, doing each of the 22 tarot cards. I haven't done the minor arcana as path working, but I've done the 22 major arcana. Maybe that's something I'll endeavor to do. I don't think the 56 cards of the minor arcana are meant to be used as path working, but they appear at each of the spheres. So I guess that's enough. I have done the tarot contemplation ritual on every card in the deck numerous times. I don't know how many times I've gone through the entire tarot contemplation ritual with the Rider White deck. But now I've got lots of new tarot decks to play with. Lots of good magic there. I think I got about 15 or 20 decks now. And I like that like 5 of them I have are based on the Rider White tarot, but have a unique take on them. And then I've got 3 exclusively magical tarot decks, like the Thoth Tarot by Crowley, the Hermetic Tarot, the Magical Tarot, and the Chinese Tarot. All those are deeply magical talismans for me. So I can use any one of those decks to do good magic. Of the ones I got so recently that I really like the Stained Glass Tarot and that kind of lesbian vampire tarot I got. And then the Pulp Tarot I think is really cool. Oh, and the Art Nuevo, but it's a Rider White clone. So not necessarily appropriate to mention here. Any others? Yeah, that's probably the primary ones. Started reading the tarot book again by Elaine Conley, I believe is her name. Let's see. Yep, Elaine Conley. Good little tarot book. Nice, lots of nice prayers in it. So on and so forth. We'll finish off this Grim Face Motivation video, guys, and we'll play a little music. We'll see if anybody wants to join me here on the chat. If not, we'll roll off into the abodes of the future. So a little more of this, a little more of that, and I'll be here with you if you need me. Put it in the chitter chatter box. Y'all good looking sex people. Don't forget to check me out at www.buymeacoffee.com/Frank Money Pillow something in the tip jar. Hit the like buttons, like and subscribe. Do all that happy horse shit. All hail the Grand Wizard of the Esoteric Order of Dagoth, self-appointed Sir Francis Lunas Aristeus of the OTA, Ordo Templi Aristarte. And here we go. A little more Grim Face Motivation, guys.
I am grateful for all that I have. Gratitude is the antidote to weakness. It reminds you of what you've already overcome, what you've already built. When you repeat this affirmation, you are planting a flag in the ground, saying, I have enough, but I will not settle. I am thankful, but I will strive for more. Gratitude shifts your focus from scarcity to abundance, from fear to strength. It reminds you that you've already proven your resilience, and you're ready for the next challenge. Affirmation 3. I am capable of achieving great things. Say this with fire. Say it until you believe it, because if you don't, no one else will. I am capable of achieving great things is not just a reminder, it's a command. It is a call to action, a refusal to accept mediocrity. You were not born to be average. Every breath you take is proof of your potential. But potential means nothing without effort. Declare your capability, then back it up with relentless action.
That's right. Mediocrity is horse shit, man. I fought against mediocrity my entire fucking life. I've always tried to excel at anything I learned and endeavor to do. Mary at Sea Level, welcome back. Good to see you again. She says that her Grammy used to do tarot and would sit for hours watching her talk to people. Yeah, I had a bunch of tarot readers in my early life too, and hypnotherapists. So that was kind of our gig. And, you know, that was my mom's influence on me. I think my dad, when he finally found out, he told her not to teach me any of that woo shit. But I latched onto it right away. I thought it was a good fucking idea. I mean, what's wrong with sitting back, relaxing, doing some path working, like some guided internal visualization meditation, and taking it easy and giving yourself positive affirmations and then eliminating negative self-talk and just being generally cheerful and happy about life. I mean, what's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that, right? But you're Pisces, so haha, sorry, Dad. Yeah, that's right. Pisces do what the fuck they want, that's right. Do exactly the opposite of whatever you tell them. Yeah, that's good magic. I can appreciate your grandma. But you're the astrology master, Mary. If you wanted to come up and chat for a little while, you could tell me a little bit more about what's going on right now. What's going on with the zodiac and all of the cosmic affairs that are way above my level. So you're an even higher level than me, man. All I can do is read tarot cards. I can't read astrology. I know a little bit about it, but not enough. I know that we are currently in Scorpio for another 12 days, right? That's a big one. It's amazing that we haven't talked more about that or had the opportunity to really think about it in the day-to-day and enjoy that Scorpion energy. Enjoy those secret things. And where's the moon at right now? I don't know. Oh, it might be a little fuzzy. Fuzzy doesn't bother me. Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear, right? Fuzzy Wuzzy had no hair. Fuzzy Wuzzy wasn't very fuzzy, was he? No, the last great holiday was Halloween, man. And then the All Saints Day, of course, and the 5th of November. Remember, the 5th of November. Now we're getting into, it's in Cancer right now. It says the moon is in Cancer. Does that sound accurate to you? Transiting into Leo soon. Sun in Scorpio, moon in Cancer. It's amazing that each year we only have 12 sun signs that we go through with 12 rotations of the zodiac, the lunar signs, right? So those combinations only come around, for 2 or 3 days each year. So out of 365, you've just got that 2 to 3 degree change every couple of days. And you'll only see that exact alignment once a year. I think the link should be pinned. Hi, Michelle Wilfong. Good to see you. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate you being here. I am going to take a short music break, guys. Before we do that, I'm gonna pop up the. Oops. I'm going to pop up the ad for the Machine Lies. If you guys haven't checked him out, you definitely should. He's a good friend of the show. And give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
So we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. Basically, on the stream, The Machine Lies, we're taking a very critical look at technology. So the reason we're doing that is because we're looking at the medium that is used to communicate, right, and transmit information, right? We don't think that any form of mediation is neutral, right, but it's laden with values. And so I think that the well has been polluted by technology. So obviously we take a critical look at technology, right? We're looking at different concepts in relation to technology, right? In terms of philosophy, right? And in terms of religion. Now, that is one of the main purposes of the show, is that we really look at where technology and religion, science, and spirituality, where those things intersect, right? Because there's a crisis of the modern world in which there's a majority of the modern world is religious people. Their mindset is secular, and the means they employ are secular. We're living in a post-liberal, post-human, post-geological age, right? So we're talking about the death of liberalism, the rise of the world technological system. Now, we do think that, there's a considerable level of externalization of the ego, and mediation of ourselves through the means we employ. So obviously, we shape tools, but the tools we use shape us, right? So that's one of the main things we're trying to get across on the show, is how technology changes human psychology. If you question the means you employ and what the objective factors of power are in our age, right, then that's the most important question you can ask. Right, that's the most critical stance you could actually take, right? Like, most people don't question, how or what means they use to question, to ask the question itself, right? So we're actually taking a critical look at technology, right, as a primary form of communication, as an objective factor of power in our age, right? And we think that basically we're assuming that a lot of the stuff that we see through this medium is totally made up, right, fabricated, and that is based on the fact that it is artifice. It's produced by a machine, right? So we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies.
All right. Yeah, that's The Machine Lies. Kong Mohammed. He's holding down shop over there. You can let me put up his banner real quick, guys, and you can check him out for sure whenever you have the opportunity. It is YouTube at The Machine Lies 9534. So definitely check it out. With no further ado, Miss Mary Moon's here. Mary, how the hell are you?
Am I here, Frank? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Really?
You were backstage for a moment.
Okay. It said
yeah,
to
can
me,
you hear me? How's the transmission quality? Does it sound okay to you?
I can hear you perfectly. But I'm in the garage because I wanted to smoke, and so and I'm on Wi-Fi. And when I clicked the StreamYard thing, it said, "Don't go on Wi-Fi. Connect to the internet."
Yeah, give me a second. I got a bit of feedback and a little bit of distortion. Try something. This may interrupt the feed for a second, guys. Give me a second, but it usually connects better after this.
I'm gonna put myself higher.
Okay, I think we're looking good now. Michelle Willifong says that she lives in a haunted apartment in Milwaukee, Oregon. What do you think of that?
Ooh, do you hear things?
I know, right? That's spooky. Creaking boards.
Okay, yeah, what
doors.
do you hear? I want to hear what she hears. Okay, and I'll talk about the astrology for a sec, if you can hear me. Is it choppy?
Yeah, you're sounding good. Go ahead. What have you got?
Well, at this exact moment, the moon is actually right with Jupiter. So it's like this expansive sort of feeling place for everyone. And you might, depending on your whole chart, right? Always your whole chart matters, because the moon is 26 degrees Cancer right now, and Jupiter is 25 degrees, so they're very tight. And so if you have anything in your chart that's affected by that more, you're going to feel it more than other people, Frank, because you're a Pisces, right? And it's also Scorpio sun, so they're kind of like this really deep water, ocean, cave land together right now, where people probably are like wanting to talk, like Michelle said in the chat. Like, I know this is your chat, so it's generally about sort of strange and mysterious and occult stuff, but still in the general, it would be easier to get out to the general public. Can you hear me still?
Yeah, continue.
Okay, yeah,
Yes.
like if you're talking to a total noob right now, they are going to just be more open to it. Or something funny will happen, right? Like, say if they're in Aries, like 26 or 25 degrees Aries, then they have the moon and Jupiter fighting them right now. So they have this like deep spiritual, Jupiter is everything Pisces, right? It's like everything deep understanding and occult and wisdom and all of that. And so the moon is there. And so they're both fighting Aries. If you had something in Aries right now, 25 degrees, you might be experiencing in your life these really spiritual people that are coming at you, and you're like getting all angry about it, you know? You're like, go away, that's just bullshit. You see how this will affect everyone differently? See what I mean?
I could feel both of those things right now. Both the expansion spiritually, especially, and some of the ennui or reticence in interacting with other people and keeping it short and snappy a little bit.
You have Aries, yeah, you have Aries too, like me. So right now, Jupiter and the moon are actually square my Venus Aries, like almost exactly. And yours is pretty close to mine too, I think. I forget your degrees, but I know you have the same Venus as me. And so does Owen, you know, our Irish friend, the smart ass Aries guy.
Yeah, do you still talk to him?
I do. And he's still hilariously full of one-liner sex jokes like all fucking day. It's just fucking
Yeah,
great.
he's fucking awesome, man. I miss him a lot. What,
Yeah.
where was he hanging out? He would come in the Live Drive Jive archive, right?
Yeah, in the chat. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
he's on Instagram. He got me to get Instagram, so
Oh,
I have
okay.
Instagram with like 2 people on it because I canceled my old Instagram and everything.
Yeah, I need to find you on Instagram. I'm on Instagram as well, but I don't use it very often. And I just opened X recently.
But I
Both are
think you
from
got kicked out of my Discord, Frank, because you weren't posting maybe. Yeah, because I do like this thing where I'm like, where I click the button and it's like kicks out everyone that doesn't ever post. So I think if you didn't post for a long time, then you got kicked out. Sorry, but you can come back in my Discord because I still have a Discord, but it's tight. Like it's tight as piss. Everyone in there I know really well.
Yeah,
And they share a little bit. So.
I've responded in Discord recently, and then I checked my Instagram has like nearly 300 posts on it. I think like 250 or something. So I did have a presence on there at one point. I'll check it again. It's kind of a pain in the ass. No, go ahead, to check things all the time, and I'm pretty much.
No,
strung out.
Mercury's retro now, so you know people are going to be all freaking out about that because always the noobs are freaking out about that, about Mercury being retrograde. But Mercury goes retrograde a lot, like 3 times a year or whatever, right? So it's no big deal. And what I've gone through thousands of them and taken note of it, you know, and been like, oh, like right now Mercury is 6 degrees Sagittarius.
I think the main influence Mercury going retrograde on me is that I go a little more inward, a little more dark, and I start to do a little bit of dark magic, which I don't normally do, but I guess 3 times a year there's time for retribution, right? And if Mercury's retrograde right now, I've noticed that I had a shift. When did it shift, and how long has it been there?
I forget now. I forget. I'm not looking at the exact date.
Okay. Are we talking a couple of weeks or a couple of days or?
It's been recent, I think. Yes, it's recent.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
anyway, so if you
well, let me finish real quick. This idea, I'll land it. No, someone crossed me recently in career path, and like I just sent a little bolt of negative energy out them, and then they called out for like the last 3 days being like really sick, and I was like, oh fuck, I got to be super careful, man. Can't fuck
hold on.
around.
I'm gonna tell you that that's a good one. Okay, wait, I'm gonna look and tell you the exact time. So,
Yeah, go ahead.
because I like to be precise and all that. But fuck, we got pigs now. We got rabbits.
Yeah, I saw that. Those are some good looking pigs.
So I'm.
I don't know about the
already-
rabbits. The rabbits are a bit of a pain in the ass, aren't they? Pigs are far
No.
easier to maintain, aren't they?
I don't know. They're all fun. I love it all. Like this is what I wanted to just be surrounded by.
Okay. Yeah. So
Why would
Michelle says that some of the haunting in her apartment are voices, snap, crackle, pops, and bangs, and ghost dogs that bark. Wow, that's pretty cool.
Ghost dogs.
Yeah, that's some serious enough. You got all that for real though. You don't need to have any ghosts doing all that shit. You got the chickens, the ducks, the pigs.
What day is it? Oh, did it just go fucking retrograde today? Oh, it's been in the shadow, and then I think it hit retrograde today. Yeah.
Did it?
Wow.
Okay.
Look at that.
Wow.
Yeah. Like I was like, is it new? I don't know. I can't really look at too many things right now. But anyway, yeah, it is. It's just new. But like that means it's been in the shadow, right? So it slows down for a while and then it goes retrograde officially. So for fun things on these though, like what you said, okay, so first of all, I could look at your chart and get really in depth of what you said for the 3-day thing. It's probably something Marsy or something went on there too. But
Okay.
in
No.
see how the transits, when I talk about transit, like general weather, it's very general. So we then have to take even the only things I said really is like, the sun's in Scorpio right now, moon's with Jupiter, but and then Mercury is Sagittarius with Mars. So there's like a really sort of aggressive approach at learning too right now. And it's fiery, right? It's so full of spirit. Can you hear me still?
Yeah, sorry. I was
That's
I
okay.
was listening, but I had muted my mic. So yeah, continue.
That's okay. Yeah, no, so then we put that over your whole chart, right? So like I was saying, like if someone's in Aries and they have these things sort of fighting against them, and so there's more friction and more action, and that's what that square represents too. So but then Mercury and Mars are all working differently for you, and the sun is working differently and Venus is as well. Venus is in Scorpio now too. So all the things that Venus rules is turning to like very deep ocean too. So right now there's a lot of water, but then this strange mix of like aggressive fiery spirit. So I guess you could say it makes a lot of steam in like general weather. There's just a lot of steam is a good way to see like how you would get noobs, like normie people who never want to talk about anything spiritual to sort of open up to that too, because it's sort of a way that you can get into their pores without immersing them completely in the ocean, just sort of throw things out there.
The gaseous state. It's actually been really foggy here too up till today. Today was nice. There was big wind and it cleared the sky. Is this correct for your YouTube? Is this how we would find your channel? Because you've been a lot more active on your channel recently.
Oh yeah, that's because something annoyed me. The reason I stopped making videos is because there was this crazy stuff going on and just busy farm life, and I just
Yeah, sure. Do
yeah,
tell.
it's like-
Is this right? Marriott Sea Level 2. Is that correct? Is that how people would find you?
Yes, sir. At Marriott Sea Level 2, yeah.
Yeah, good magic. So yeah, what's been going on? Do tell the gossip. Spill the beans.
Oh, the
Let the
gossip is funny because
Let the cat out of the bag.
Ken Wheeler and Santos Bonacci, right? And how they're talking about the Taurus field and all that, which I find all fascinating. And like maybe this is a Taurus field, right? So it would appear flat to us within this giant Taurus field because, sea level and everything. It's obviously not a spinning space ball if we look at the facts, right? Like sea level was never C curve, right? So we just look at basic things like that, but then their Taurus field thing. Anyway, I don't know if you know that stuff. I know you know that stuff. You know who Ken Wheeler is, right?
I don't know that particular person, but I've heard that theory before. Yeah.
And you know Santa. I mean, you've probably seen them around before in video clips or whatever. But anyway, so they've been talking about this stuff for many, many years, and I just, I'm like, oh, that's cool. That's part of what I do. But I'm just like an astrologer. I'm just like, man, I'm a mom, out in nature, an astrologer, just kind of by accident, really, because like an acid trip when I was 16, and I just realized that astrology was real. That's basically what. So accidentally for 32 years, I've just known astrology is real and asked everyone their birthday and like taking very well note of it.
Do you think it would be? Do you think it would be appropriate to describe it like an energetic clock above us, like a clockwork of?
Yeah. So the way that astrologers use, like I'm looking at the chart right now, and like I don't know if you could share my screen or whatever, but like there's a clock above everyone, and if you make the chart of the moment for your location, it's like I don't know. The old sailors would do that, I suppose, and know where all the wandering stars are and know where all the other stars are compared to them and all that. That would just be something normal they would know, right? I mean, even my grandpa knew that stuff. You know more than you give yourself credit for, maybe sometimes. Like I know you get it because you know tarot, and tarot is like this extension of astrology too, right? So anyway, Nicole
Yeah. And here's the thing too, just to respond to that really quickly.
Yeah.
If I were to and I've endeavored to do it since I met you, but studying the astrology more and then trying to make the connections between birth charts and the cards, and then looking at their triangulations and quadratics as they come up, right? And how they're square to each other and stuff, and what forces are playing through them as I read them. Fuck, that's what I'm doing here in this lifetime. That's the great work that I'm trying to accomplish, is to integrate the two. You know, we in every lifetime we need to work on our magic. And so
Yeah.
if I had the skills that you had, it would be immediately apparent to me. But yeah, I am trying to work it out over time. So correct.
I mean, you know, it's just another thing. Like, it's not like I'm really special or something. I just notice things that other people don't, and a lot of other people notice things that I don't notice. Like, and it's partly Scorpio, which you have too. You're the same as me. You're fucking Pisces with Moon and Scorpio. So you are the same. You're like my twin in that way, where it's natural for us to just be probing in the deepest caves at like the most hidden things. We naturally get somehow. We'll just be walking along the road, you know, and other people see the sidewalk, and the things that we see are beyond that, you know, like what it was made with, you know, the thoughts that are going through our head are not like other people, Frank.
Yeah, that's right. We're dwelling on the subtle operation of the cosmos.
Yes, bro.
If you did want to share your screen, then yeah, you can, and I'll pop it up if you had something to show us. Either way, though.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah, she said that she had to. We've got a gal out there, Michelle. She saw me on Paranormal Podcast. Are you familiar at all with Paranormal Podcast?
Okay.
Paranormal Portal. Yeah, this is his.
She's a Gemini. Oh, cool. Michelle, what? Have you ever done your chart before for free? You can do it on like astro.com. If you go there, if you need to know your time of birth though, and so you get your birth certificate or whatever.
Yeah, time and place of birth, right?
Yeah, and then those kind of sites, and there's also lots of apps for your phone now. Like kids come to me and ask me an astrology question now, and then they show me a screenshot of their app, and like these apps tell them, like what you said, Frank, how to integrate the two with transits, like what's happening right now to your chart. They're showing me apps that are made now that show them fucking hourly transits that they're in. And I'm like,
yeah, that's nice. And see, I imagined that early on. Like when I was a little kid, I perceived that we would have dark mirror tablets that we could access many like dials and compasses and various forms of tools of calculation. And then if you think about it, we've had these smartphones for going on 2 decades now, and there isn't anything hardly worth a shit on them. You know, it's like they released a couple of apps like for viewing the sky and seeing where things were, but there isn't any serious calculation power going on, you know? Like we've been given dumbed down basic black boxes that are just to distract us and hardly worth a shit. But yeah, like what you're saying, the apps that could do those things, and like
okay, well, the thing about the apps that can do the things, they are really cool. It's just that it reminds me of, you know, when you're in school and the teacher says you have to show your work. You have to show your work, because if you don't show your work, you won't understand how it's fucking working. You just see that something's telling you somewhat. And really, astrology, like I keep saying this, but astrology is the most basic fucking thing ever. It's like the ABCs. It's just 12 signs, which are four fucking seasons that everyone already knows already. Spring, summer, fall, winter. And everyone already knows them. And then it's just broken into 3 signs per season. And it repeats. The start of the season, the middle of the season, the end of the season. Aries, Taurus, Gemini, spring. The start of the season is a cardinal sign. They're bossy. They know what they want. They're on a fucking path. People follow them. They're natural leaders. Those are cardinal signs. They start each season. Taurus is the fixed sign. It's the middle sign. And that each season goes like this. The middle sign.
What was the starter sign for each season?
The cardinals are called.
The cardinals, which ones are they? The 4?
Aries, Cancer, Libra, Capricorn. So it makes the main cross.
Okay, yeah, understood. Yeah. And then the next would be fixed signs? Like the center. The center of the season, right? It's Taurus.
Leo.
No. Leo. Don't worry. How's it go?
Yeah, it goes Taurus. The fixed know what they want. Slow she goes, but once they get going, they'll build the whole fucking thing themselves before you know it. And then Leo, the fixed middle of summer, where they sit back with their slicked, beautiful hair, you know, and the season is just full of fruit everywhere, and there's free food everywhere. Like they're just walking and flicking their hair. It's warm, it's beautiful. You can sleep outside. You can be banging your lioness outside, making your little cup.
Next.
Yeah, and then Scorpio is the middle of the fall, and it's right now, and it's like the seeds are being created. Everything's going inner. It's this deep, like make a heart outer shell, kind of like how you see Cancer as like with the heart outer
Halloween too, and the transformation of the foliage, all the leaves turning gold.
Samhain, yeah. From Libra, they're beautiful, right? So they're green, and like Virgo, you're wrapping up, everything's harvesting, and then Libra, the sun hits the equator, and that's the last month where the sun is equal. And then once it hits Scorpio, the darkness is literally opening, which is when they do like Samhain and Halloween and all that. And like, remember your ancestors, remember the death, and remember what's buried under the ground, deep roots and mushrooms that grow out of dead bodies, and that sort of rotten.
No,
Scorpio.
No fucking coincidence that I'm reading The Dead Are Among Us by Rudolf Steiner tonight. Right?
Beautiful, yeah. Yeah, the transformation that comes from death, right? Like not just the death in a corpse and all this skulls and everyone being scary, but like what comes of that, what comes from that death is the seeds that are going to grow next year, right? In Taurus. So.
And like Steiner says, the life from death to a new birth, right?
Yes. I don't know because I don't read.
Okay.
I do. I do like a little bit, but dude, no, you can be the scholar reader guy, dude. I'm like outside. I know, like, I don't know. I just know outside shit in some Australia.
And if you only plan on coming back, that is, right? Not everyone comes back. Like cicadas only come back, once every 17 or 18 years or something?
I can't even remember who like that Steiner guy is. When I listen to you
doesn't matter. The next fixed sign is Aquarius, correct?
Yeah, Aquarius is like the middle of the winter when you've been through everything. You're almost the last sign. You're almost us. And you're the one right before us, where it's in the middle of the winter. You're like, all these signs are fixed, so they're really stubborn. They will not fucking budge. All these fixed middle signs will not budge. And they're about like the geeky things that you would do in the winter. Like think about when you can't go outside, really. It's just too cold. There's nothing going on up there. It's shitty weather. No one wants to go outside. And so you're in your mind. It's all about like these logical trips that you go on and how to calculate fucking math and shit. So that's why you'll have all these Aquarius mathy fucking genius sort of people.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And ciphers, codes, decoders, and all this sort of visionaries.
I don't know if you remember Frater Tomas or not, but he was Aquarius.
I do remember.
Yeah,
I do remember. I thought he had a lot of Capricorn though. Like a ton.
Yeah, he did. That's right. Yeah. Or no, you're right. He was a Capricorn. My bad.
Oh no, I mean, I couldn't remember his son, but like it really.
I always thought he was an Aquarius. That was the bad thing. Yeah,
Capricorn. An Aquarius.
Capricorn comes before Aquarius, right? It's the one right before.
But they're both Saturn ruled, and they're very similar-ish. Whereas, like, you see Capricorn as the capstone, the fucking boss of all, right? And that he's the system ruler, or she, whatever. Saturn as the crone, the old crone, or the crown, or like the top, the capstone, is the boss, the CEO of the corporation. And then Aquarius beside it rules the coworkers and everyone within it. So if you have a Capricorn strong person and an Aquarius strong person, you're going to notice the Capricorn strong person doesn't really attract that great of like a social crowd. People are like, oh, they're too serious. Are they trying to sell me a fucking phone plan or something? Like, why are they wearing a suit to this like casual thing? You know what I mean? And that's how the personality, that's how I got Thomas as too, which that's not bad thing. He had look at what he did. He created all of that hypnotized business and everything, hypnotism.
Yeah. And I learned hypnotism very pretty good from him. Yeah. Better than I had known it previously. His birthday's in January. That's why I always thought he was an Aquarius, and he always corrected me on that. And he always corrected me on how to say his name too. I would say Thomas, and he would say, no, that's wrong. It's Thomas.
It's Thomas. Tomato sauce.
Yeah, very different, I guess. I don't know. Okay, so then we move into mutable signs. Yeah. So what would be the first on the list would be what?
Yeah, and before I continue, they also have different names. So if you're looking at the houses, it's called angular. The cardinals are called angular.
Okay.
And the fixed are called succeedent. They follow the angular. That's why it's the word succeedent. And then the mutables are cadent. So they're weak and they let go and they're very easygoing. And that's where you'll find all the easygoing signs that people say like, I just kind of like them, like they're pretty easygoing. They're chill. They let things go. They don't hold on to things. They're not only for themselves. They're not a fixed sign. They're not a cardinal sign. they're a mutable sign. So all the fixed and cardinals will be humbled by them all the time, and just like, wow, how are they so easygoing? How do they let things go? And those are Gemini, the end of spring. And the reason they're sort of mutable and cadent, they're letting go of that season. They're disseminating the last bit of that season and starting the new one. So it's Gemini, the end of spring. And then Virgo, the end of summer, when we're getting in the harvest and doing all of our work. And then Sagittarius, the end of fall. And then Pisces, us, the end of winter.
Yeah, that's right. That's very good. Let's talk about them each a little more, though. Gemini. So with the transition from spring into summer, right? You said it was Gemini. Is that correct?
Yeah. That's the last sign of. You'll look outside and you'll go, okay, this is the last sign of spring. I saw the first sign of spring where it was still cold, but like hot bursts, Aries. And I saw the second sign of spring where like a few things are turning green now. And you know, the animals are coming out more because the sun is growing more, right? Because in Aries, it was equal sun. And then Taurus is growing a bit more. So that's the first real sign of like, oh, spring is here. Taurus. And then Gemini, by Gemini, you'll see all these different flowers, wildflowers everywhere. And it's just like Geminis. They'll be changing the topic all the time. Blah, blah, oh, here, and bits of information, are coming to them and all. They get all scatterbrained and all that. And that also happens with Mercury, strong people. Like any sign can be very Geminian-like because they have a Mercury aspect, making them like more Gemini, like that.
Okay, cool.
So that's why they're like the information highway and just like constant scatteredness, because you look around and you see it, you're like, oh, this is the last sign of spring. I know, because I see all these flowers I'm not going to see again. And you see tons of little purpley pink, and I'm not going to start naming flowers, but to other people who don't know names of flowers, it will just look amazing, this fucking tapestry of color, right? That will suddenly fade because everything was just starting, like that was just the starting but ending. And that's why Gemini is like a mystery, and people are very annoyed by Gemini too, and by Mercury strong people, right? Because they have a constant information highway going, and they'll just be like all over the place, and they can piece together 10 puzzles at once. And the people that are really slow around them are like, what is wrong with you? You need to go to the shrink and take some pills.
And
and they'll be able to sell you anything too. They're like that because they can to mute into anything. The mutable signs all sort of have a way of being like a diplomat. Like they can sort of see from anyone's point of view in a way. So that's why people like more.
Very good. And it says that its aspects, its 3 decans are Jupiter, Mars, and the Sun, and it rules over the 8, 9, and 10 of swords.
Oh, 8, 9, 10 of swords. Okay. Well, the deacon thing, there's different deacon systems, so we don't want to do
okay.
But like so I don't know about the tarot. You tell me. Does that fit?
It's within the tarot. I mean, that's just like you have a mandala, like a basic wheel to consult. And so then next up after, and that would be the first dual sign, essentially. Unless where would you traditionally begin? Like with the ascendant or the house?
Yeah, like you can, the Hellenistic astrologers are really funny right now. There's like this huge movement of people like, oh, we do the old fashioned astrology. And then the astrologers will say like, it's not the same as using Aries for the first house and Taurus for the second. But
is it 0 degrees Aries or 0 degree Cancer?
It is. No, it's Aries. Like, you can start it wherever you want. If you want to fucking recreate a system, but like it's Aries. Aries starts.
Yeah,
so
I've always gone with Aries because it just seemed to be the most traditional.
It makes a lot of sense to start with Aries.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I'm glad.
Like
I'm glad it's from.
Okay, look on the chart. If you envision the chart, like the AC on the left, that's the east where shit rises into your view.
Right.
To the right is the DC, the descendant. So the AC is the ascendant, where things ascend into your view.
Yeah, and if you notice that, then you would be holding your compass or wheel in front of you to the south.
Yeah, you're facing south. Yeah, unless you live south. For us, yes, we're facing south. Yes.
But then so the bottom or below the horizon would be which signs in that situation? Let's see if we started 0 degrees Aries, and so no, you actually have to hold the wheel directly overhead. And then it works correctly, because then that would create the darkness loop.
I know what you mean, but like there's yes, like you can look at it from above looking down
Right.
and put the seasons, which is wait, remember I was talking about that, Nicole? So that's what she was doing. She was showing the seasonal year, how you could put Aries as the top. Okay, it's like from 9 to 9 to 10 on the clock. Is that right? Or,
Yeah.
do you see what I mean? And 12 is at the top. So if it's 9 to 10, like she was putting Aries there, where I want to start, where it is right to do both of these. Okay, from the 0 Aries.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
To the second house is Aries. The reason why I put doodles of this on my YouTube, like in the what's it called section, like I drew it on paper to show people what I mean, so it's easier to see. On the community tab.
So Aries should be at like 1 to 3 o'clock, right?
I can't like picture.
It depends on how the wheel. And you could make the wheel any way you want, but the ones that are most
but like okay, the reason that Aries starts
issue.
0 on that black line and then it's underneath, and the reason is because Aries is the first house to rise, and it's
the horizon to the south, right? It wouldn't be the horizon to the north; it'd be to the south. Yeah, so that makes sense. Go ahead.
Face south. Yeah, we're facing south. If you do the chart of the moment, which is on astro.com for free, you get that all set up. Then or I don't know. I mean, that's the easiest way to do it, but. If you just stand outside facing south, everything's going to rise into your view from your left arm there, right? And then it's going to ascend to the right. You already know all that. Everyone knows that who lives here because they've looked in the fucking sky a ton of times and they just never really thought about it. Like you see the moon, first you see the moon to the left and then, look a little later, it's to the right. And then, it's in the middle of the sky and then it's like way over there to the right and it sets west, right? So you're already used to looking at this natal chart, which is all the natal chart is, just like a picture of the sky. With you down
absolutely.
In the middle.
So what's in store for like us over the next few weeks? I mean, because our charts are somehow similar, and so I'm curious, like, what do you foresee? Anything of interest?
Oh, they are similar. Yeah. No, I mean, like this is probably some of the best times for us, especially since Jupiter has been in Cancer right now for just deepening spiritual things. To be very general, and. You can elaborate on what you've been doing. Like, just look at your life from the last since Jupiter. So, being in China too, that's cool because Jupiter is the Chinese astrology based on Jupiter. So I mean, I guess that's what they tell me in the books.
Yeah, sure, good enough.
Okay, I do skin books. Okay, I do skin books.
And Eric Dubé has a similar chart to us as well, right?
No, Eric Dubé is like literally our fucking exact opposite. You have a little bit more. You have a little bit more in common with him, which is obvious by the fact that you're a teacher, and he was a teacher too, and he is a teacher. I mean, he teaches yoga and like martial arts and shit, the same kind of stuff that you do. You have some similarities with him, more in that way. But like Pisces and Scorpio is the exact opposite of Eric, our friend over there. He's a double Earth, and you can tell by going to his channel where you want, like on your channel, it's, Frank, live jive drive. And it's fun. It's just spontaneous and like open. Like, you didn't script anything. And there's no way Eric would ever do that. Like, he's just so organized. And,
that's true. He's very, very straight laced in that respect. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, dude. But anyway, for us, like things are just deepening. And you probably picked up on a lot of astrology, even just talking to me now, because you need to really just tell yourself those positive things more about astrology, because you really do know it. You know it because you know tarot. And I know astrology. Like whenever I talk to these fancy astrologers who are like, I went to the astrology university and I took this guy's course, I'm like, so like, that life experience matters more. I could go to medical school and learn all that and just never do anything with it too, or start my journey from there, where it wasn't my passion and it wasn't fucking all I lived for. That was literally what I did with astrology. I fucking asked everyone their birthday and their grandmas and their moms and dads and dogs and cats and event days, and fucking had journals and books and fucking a library full of books that I wrote everything down. Did I have friends? No, I didn't have friends.
And because of your influence, I did a little bit in the past, and I always at least get their primary signs. But now I do a little bit more, and like I've been pulling their birth charts when I get their data, if it's correct. You never know if someone's giving you absolutely correct data or not. But I've been reading through a lot of it, and I was definitely inspired to do my kids and stuff like that early on, without any prompting. But yeah, it's fun to examine And it makes sense too. And the better you learn it, the more it plays out. But if you don't even have a rudimentary grasp, it's quite complex, and that's why I steered away from it so much in the beginning, is because it is quite a thing to endeavor to do.
Yeah, it is. If you look at it in like a scholarly academic way, it is kind of like a fucking trip to where I've met a lot of people who are way more educated than me. Like I quit school really early, and I'm more of like a street smart sort of person. So my vocabulary, like I know I sound stupid to a lot of people, and I kind of play on that too. Like that's part of my chart, and so it's actually good learning to.
Yeah, no, not at all. Too much book learning takes out the genuineness in life, and you're going to learn as much as you need to know through life anyway. That too much time in the university just turns you into an egghead, right?
Yeah. See, even just the things that you say, like the wise things, that advice that you give, is so very Pisces and Scorpio. So that's when I was a trip to meet you when I found out you're my astro twin. I'm like, oh, look at that. He is the same. I mean, you're quite more outgoing than me, and but it's still there. Everything I'm always talking about since I was young was just spiritual things. And, whoa, what is the hidden meaning of this? Where most people around me were not seeing it at all. Like the ghost thing that Michelle's talking about there. Like, actually, I live in a really old house, and I don't get why there's no like ghosts or spirits or anything. I can't like see anything or hear anything, so maybe they just don't like me. They're scared.
Well, part of it too, like I've noticed with a lot of ghost activity and possession, is something in the individual will be attracting it. Maybe some sort of karmatic connection or astrological forces. I'm not exactly sure what it is. I'm not a eyes totally wide open guru, but for me personally, like ghost activity has always occurred after someone died. And so for a certain period of time, I've had a direct connection with them and had seen them through dreaming or through paranormal phenomena or moments of high strangeness and stuff like that. But if it wasn't someone that wasn't like directly either familial related or like really, really close friend, then I haven't, I don't get to any of that type of thing.
That's me too. That's me too. It's like only when my family died and stuff that came to me in dreams, but other than that, no.
Yeah. So what I meant by saying that is that sometimes when this occurs to people, like there may be something that they're not seeing, right? And it obviously wouldn't happen to someone who, for the most part, has a lot of their karmatic and other type of debt already cleared.
Okay. And when you were saying that, I thought maybe in those moments, like they're having our Jupiter, trine their moon or something, like some spiritual transit where, like you said, something's trying to show them something or whatever. And so,
yeah, it's legit. And there's attacks too. I've noticed that, for example, we moved to this new apartment and we only found out much later on that I think someone had actually died here. My wife looked into it. And we don't know exactly which room it was, but my daughter had been suffering from psychic attack. And we had like a Taoist priest come over and put some sigils up and stuff and do some incantations. But he said that her soul had actually been stolen from her. And he sent her on, or she went on a bit of a spiritual retreat after that, like down to southern China to Hangzhou to visit some temples and stuff. But yeah, she had been coming to us for a couple of months since we moved in here and telling us about different experiences she was having. And for me, like in my son, absolutely no effect whatsoever. And yeah, and I hadn't even been a magician, like I hadn't picked up on it immediately and was at a loss a bit myself, as because maybe I'm too close to the situation. But yeah, we're looking for recovery and adaptation, and almost like in Chinese they say gui shang shen, or like a type of spiritual possession. Yeah, so quite a thing.
Did that just happen recently, or you mean a long time ago?
I would say I found out about it within the last couple of weeks, but supposedly it had been an ongoing thing with her since we moved here. So about 6 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks.
You just moved? Oh, I didn't know you moved. Cool. Okay.
Yeah. Well, like during the summer, sometimes, well, for these ones, they wanted to renovate the apartments. And so we had to give them up over the summer vacation for the school. And then after renovations, we came back in and we got a new one, a different one, a bigger one.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah. And so I was feeling very nice, you know, a lot more room for me personally and my son and my daughter. And
I
then,
remember
but
your daughter's in Aries.
my son is an Aries. My
Oh,
daughter's,
one's in Aries. Yeah, I knew one was in
yeah,
Aries.
that's right. My daughter's a Cancer.
Oh,
And
okay.
your daughter's a Pisces, or
Yeah, I have two.
is that
Yeah,
is that
they're all.
right?
Yeah, I have a little Eric Dubé and a little mini me. I
A
have a little
Scorpio.
Virgo and a Pisces, and they're complete opposites. Sometimes in ways you wouldn't expect. Like the Pisces daughter, she's actually more organized than the Virgo daughter in some ways, because the
Oh,
Pisces
wow.
daughter has Taurus moon, which is the opposite moon of us, which is Eric
And
Dubé's moon.
how about the Virgo daughter?
The Virgo daughter is Gemini moon, so she's kind of scattery
Oh yeah.
and messier than the. So that's what I mean. Like if you don't know the whole chart, you're kind of like, what? But she's
Right,
extreme.
right. Yeah, that makes
She's really
sense.
sensitive and like super detail oriented, and like she doesn't like to have a lot of noise or crazy like Aries energy around.
How about their ascendants? Pisces and Virgo.
Yeah. What?
Their ascendants?
Oh, two of my children, like I have a son and a daughter with Cancer rising, and then the Virgo has Scorpio rising. She's so scary. If you see her, you would know what I mean. Like she has,
Virgo Gemini moon with Scorpio rising, correct?
yeah, she's my youngest. She's 17. And she has just this like she doesn't do it to new people. She's extremely polite and just super sweet and mild mannered.
Is that the Virgo?
Yes, she's so sweet. Both of my girls are very sweet. Like they aren't upright Aries. Neither of them are like me. Like I will sometimes be shit if I'm just meeting someone and they caught me at the wrong moment, you know, and I'm just. But I'll also be saying to them like, I'm sorry, I'm being a fucking asshole right now. I'm fucking sorry. I'm just really fucking mad or whatever, you know. But like
shit happens, right?
You would just never see some people do that, though. Is my point. Like, and it's more softer signs. Like Aries runes women. A lot of women are really Marsy like me, and it's like it will come out at the most inappropriate times where it's like I didn't mean to make the man matter, but that's like what my chart is meant to do, sort of like fire up men and make them really fucking passionate or really angry, whatever it is, you know, their emotional state is triggered. That's like literally what my chart says that I will do to people.
Okay.
And it's so true. It's so true. I'm so good at it.
I'm curious then, what would you perceive to be my immediate reaction with women and like the effect? Because how we view ourselves is not necessarily how the world views us, right?
Oh yeah, everyone, exactly. Everyone is so unique that's what I mean when I'm saying like the noobs just start looking at a few things and then they're like, wow, this is amazing. I'm gonna start charging.
Right.
I'm gonna start charging money. That's all they ever want to do. Okay, this is all people want to do with astrology. They want to learn it to charge money, and they want to know when they're gonna get laid or get rich. That's literally it.
Yeah, that's why I definitely use magic to bridge the gap. So any of those things you want can also be achieved through magic. And I think somehow it's a subconscious programming through possibly astrological functions as well. Definitely a lot of it. But so those things will align and you'll seize at the right opportunity, as it were, right? Like you won't be frustrated by the fact that it's not happening at a certain given cyclical alignment, but then when the opportunity's there, you absolutely seize it and make that.
I think it's healing overall to know that like that everything is in the cycle. If you only knew it better, you wouldn't be so worried. That's what I try to tell other people. You know, like the way I'm seeing your chart with the transits, people are coming to me suicidal, like their partner's leaving them, they just lost all their shit, and they're coming to me. I'm like, holy fuck. I'm a psychologist now, but that's what astrology is too. But really what they want to know is when they're going to be back on their feet to get laid and get rich. And those are Venus and Mars. Like that's our main drive in life is to create, and that's Mars, or procreate, that's Mars, and to establish security, which is Venus. So
and that procreation could take various forms too, like Nikola Tesla would say, for example, to redirect it into inventions And like
Exactly my point. Yes.
yeah, we see like Eric Dubé playing out the scripting of reinventing it into like, you know, a powerful media kingdom and touching many people and refining it to a very professional level. And me myself,
He's great. Okay, sorry, go on. I'm gonna roll.
no.
Like, you talk. I'm gonna
Okay.
roll. You can mute me because I have to open some doors and stuff. Okay.
Okay, yeah, do your thing. Yeah, like manifesting it into the life you enjoy, and I know that you do that as well. That can you unmute yourself if I mute you? That's always a curiosity I have. I think people can. So I did in fact mute you if you are going to be moving around and doing some things, but chime in anytime you like. We do have a few ideas in the ideas room. Michelle has been enjoying the transmission and talking about shadow work. Shadow work's one of the aspects that a lot of individuals I think could better work through if they more aptly understood their chart and the course that they're plotting through life. Steiner's recommendation is that we always learn children's charts very, very thoroughly as soon as they're born into the world, and that's one angle they should employ through academia to better, you know, place the children in academic programs so that they could fully develop all of their best talents. That's an interesting idea too. That's something that's never been taken into consideration. Right? I mean, how cool would
am I off mute?
yeah, off. Okay. Yeah, I muted you. I thought, yeah, I looked at the private chat. It said back, so I thought. But unmute yourself. Feel free whenever you do whatever you do. What do you think about that idea? Like, if we were more proactive in calculating children's birth charts, and that the educators had a good understanding of what was going on in their zodiacal alignments, so that we could tailor the education more to their specific talents and needs. That makes lots of sense to me. I think Steiner was into something like that with his schools, with the Steiner schools. And I forget which country it is. I think it's the Japanese, that all the way before, I believe, junior high or middle school, children are never given tests. They're just taught things and taught behaviors and routines, but they're never actually put to compete against each other for grades until I think something like 12, 13 years old. That's a pretty damn good idea. Steiner definitely had that in his teaching. I think were they called the Waldorf schools? Steiner Waldorf, something like that. I know a French gal did a similar model, but hers was for preschool and kindergarten. I forget her name though. Montessori, I believe. Is that my pronunciation's okay? My French is not good. You French Canadian are definitely going to have a better command of the old Francais linguale than old Frank Monday. My Spanish is a little better. But I grew up on the border of the U.S. and Mexico, so good fun too. Like as a teenager, just go across the border, and you could drink at a bar at 16. 18's the age, but they didn't care. Once you walk across the border, you could buy beer. Whereas in the U.S., it's very strict of the regulation of alcohol, tobacco, firearms, cannabis. All those things are very strictly regulated. I don't know if Mexico has followed suit either, with like the U.S. opening up dispensaries and having cannabis freely available. I don't know if that's the same in Mexico or not. Like Mexicans have always been notorious for their low quality marijuana. Like their weed has always been the worst, whereas American leaf was far superior, but it was harder to get. Like it was grown in more northern places, right? Northern California, Oregon, Washington, Colorado now. But since the US decriminalized it, like, wow, what a thing. Like every time I've gone home since, I don't know, the 2010s, like going in a dispensary and getting some really, really beautiful buds. What fuck it. That's just mind blowing. You know, you might drop a couple of $100 or something and get some gummies and some flour, but like to be able to do that, what a blessing. Because that's always been one of the favorite recreational pastimes of Southern Californians, was smoking some good leaf. Whereas back then you put so much energy into the paranoia and the expense and like just the whole scene of getting a little bag of grass that it wasn't even hardly worth it, you know? Like now you don't have to worry about any of that, you know? You just go pick up a nice sack of. How about in Canada? Canada, it's pretty similar to the US in that respect, is it not, Mary?
I figured out how to unmute myself. Oh yeah, I'm still in shock, really. Like we were always scared, of course, and I still always grew weed.
Yeah, so you grew up the same way as me, right? Like, yeah, I remember in my 7th or 8th grade year, I covered our backyard. We had moved to San Diego. My dad had bought a villa in San Diego, and he came out there like, I don't know, midsummer or something, and it looked like a have you ever seen a Christmas tree farm?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like a Christmas tree farm. I had about, I don't know, 25 or 30 females, all femmes, out there budding. You know, they were early stages of budding, and he nearly had a heart attack because
That's awesome.
we were like, yeah, that was like a $500,000 home and had a swimming pool and everything. And,
Yeah.
he cut every single one down.
Oh my God, no, Dad.
Yeah, and he said, "What the fuck are you doing? It looks like a Christmas tree farm out there." He said, "If anybody saw that, I would lose this house." He said they would seize my business. He said we'd all fucking go to jail. And I was like, "Yeah, it ain't a big deal. Nobody can see it."
There you go. That was me too.
They were all like perfectly spaced, like about a meter apart from each other, and I had the entire back hill of our property covered in them. And he ended up missing like 2 or 3 plants that grew to like completion. And my neighbor, the guy that lived right behind us, he jumped over the fence one day and fucking took them like right at the time of harvest. They weren't quite there yet though. The buds hadn't turned to the point where you would like to harvest them, right? They were still maybe a week off. Just a bit of a cold spell would have sent the THC into the buds. But yeah, he got them early, got them green, and yeah, I was so fucking angry, man.
Did I put that video on YouTube? I can't remember about my weed that I only harvested.
Yeah. No, you put some of your succulent flowers in the Discord, but no, I don't think anything on YouTube. Yeah, maybe you like.
I don't know. Like I'll forget because I'll just be wandering around different places. I only cut down our weed on November 3rd. So
okay.
a week ago.
Had you guys hit a cold spell? That's what you're supposed to do, right?
It froze. A lot of people cut it down. They're like, "Oh, it's gonna freeze on Friday, so I'm cutting it down now." You know, they get all paranoid. But I actually let it frost a few times. And the only things that you can see, like I was making videos of it. I should make a video and just put it on YouTube to show. But it was a frost. It got to. I put the degrees and everything. I think it got to -2 Celsius.
Okay.
-4.
Right, you have to wait until like the crystallization and the resin comes out in the buds. Like you can visually see it, right? I mean, I've done it.
You can start to see it. Like you start to see it before any frost. Like I mean, sometimes they have like auto flower seeds now, where some of the people that grew out here they started after me and harvest way before me, full buds full of crystal and everything, but nowhere near frost date because it's auto flower seeds and I don't know all these fucking new things they got now. All I know is like, oh, you know what's really cool and like related to the moon, Frank Moon Day and Mary Moon, is you can make feminine seeds, female seeds, by spraying it with the metal that the moon rules, silver. So you make colloidal silver, and then you spray your plant that you let go to seed, and the seeds will be girls. It's fucked if I know how that fucking works, but the silver the magic.
They've been doing the what do they call them? Feminized seeds for a while. Yeah. I would imagine if you used colloidal gold, they would all turn male, huh?
I have no fucking idea, but that's cool. Maybe. Look that up, man. Ask ChatGPT. Ask Dr. Jippity. You know that?
No, nobody wants male plants though. They're not used. They're not good for much, right?
Right. They're good for making your good bud turn to bucket seed, and you don't want that unless you're making female seeds, I guess. I don't know. I'm not. I should though. I fucking should have next year, every year.
Do you use heirloom seeds? Like occasionally you're getting a random seed no matter what, right?
Yeah, like I mean, there's so many people around here, and friends just are like, here, have these clones, and like that's what we do too. You know, like we'll cut clones and be like, oh, you guys need a clone of this one. And I don't even remember what my weed was named this year. So we got a lot though. I just finally got a lot of it trimmed, and I had to slowly do it because it takes forever. But I thought that silver thing was pretty fascinating. So maybe just
Absolutely.
by having like more colloidal silver makes you more feminine. I don't know, more intuitive.
Yeah, it can turn you green too. I mean, some people have a allergic reaction to it and turn into like an elf or something, right? You hear
I
about
think
that?
that's fake news. I think that's fake news. I wish I could do a Trump accent, but yeah.
Is it? Yeah.
Mhm.
Well,
It is.
no, like it's from what I understood from the story, I looked into it pretty good back in the day, and the guy that like I think it's only happened once in the history of it, but he like used such an inordinate amount, like he overdosed on colloidal silver regularly, and I think he basically like somehow poisoned his liver or something. But yeah, the one guy did turn green.
Jesus.
I don't think that's
Wow.
entirely. I don't think that's
I
entirely.
don't know.
fake.
I don't know if it's fake news. I'll get Elon to look at it or whatever. Just
If I remember correctly, and I think he was in like Oregon or Southern California, and like he actually cruised around and told people, you know, to be careful of dosage.
So I think what I can't go on my computer right now because I'm sitting in the garage. It's kind of cold, and I have to open a new window. But I
gotcha, yeah.
think the story was that he was like paid by the lobbyists, which happens a lot, right? Like,
Was he really? Yeah, I don't.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
doubt that. I don't doubt that.
like I don't know for sure, but like Rockefeller Medicine took over, right, the medical industry, and now it's big pharma, everything. And you know, speaking of that too, I just wanted to say, did you know for the last 7 moons, like from January 2025, when Saturn was exactly on my sun, I fucking hurt myself really bad, Frank. I wanted to die. I was like ready to kill myself. That's why I was dead on every social media for so long. I was still, I was still going to Discord once in a while and being like, hey guys, like I think I might have mentioned it, but Saturn exactly on my sun fucking almost killed me. I don't know what it did to you. I can't remember because it was a little bit earlier for you than me, but it rules bones. You know, Saturn rules bones and teeth and the structure of things. And so I guess you said you moved, so that's a little bit anyway, but this was back in January, so I would have to go through your transits with you and see if something happened to something. But fuck, it was intense for me. And I like have this thing called slipped rib syndrome basically, and it's like one of the most painful things ever. And that happened to me, and I broke down and took fucking big pharma pills, like a ton of them. Not opiates, but still I took a whole bunch of drugs.
Yeah, I hear that. My son had just stepped in, the Aries, bringing the fire.
Oh, hey, Aries, how are you?
Yeah, he bailed out. I had to.
Oh, yeah, that's important for transits. I mean, I even knew, of course, I knew for years Saturn was coming from my sun, and I'm like, what the hell's going to happen to me? I don't know. But oh my God, it's a whole hilarious story that I don't even want to get into because it's too long of a story. But I basically hurt myself by doing too much, which is normal for me already. And
Yeah, that's the thing too. Like we have to live with these zodiacs at their various levels in real life. You know, like my mother was a Taurus, my brother was a Sagittarius, my father was a Leo, my wife's a Leo. You know, like we have to experience these in the visceral realm, like you do, and look them up and know who they are, and then spot them in real life to genuinely learn their attributes at the tangible, you know, physical level.
yeah. And you can see some people, like, I mean, in some moods when I meet people, they must think I'm an Aries. They must not see the Pisces at all. And the Scorpio moon, you know, we get kind of Marsy. You get like that too. You get really outgoing and fiery. And that's just Aries and Scorpio. Like you have the same things as me. You have this Marsy burst of this it's the best things to have too, Frank. Scorpio and Aries together. Think of it. It's the inner expression of Mars and the outer at the same time.
So people who only have the inner, these Scorpio deep people, you'll see them. They're always staring at everyone. They're like almost painfully shy, where they can't say what they're feeling, but they're feeling everything, and they're giving you these looks, and like you will understand it because you're so deep and watery like me. So we'll be the ones understanding these deep people. We'll be trying to help them come out, right? Because that's the Aries that we have. And that's like Owen, our friend Owen, right? Oh, who just popped in? Hello.
Yeah, that's right. This is Voy. Voy, welcome to the show. Good to see you, amigo.
Hey, guys.
We're talking shop here with Miss Mary Moon at Sea Level. Yeah, I miss Owen a lot. Like, he was one of the funnest people to have in the chat and like banter back and forth. And very few people can like get to that level where like it's really fiery and dynamic and exciting, and like he brings it every time. Motherfucker never fails to bring it. And that was
Aries,
always really
Aries Sun, Aries Mercury, Aries Venus, like us. That's he's 3 Aries. Like, so you will see with him, like your chats are about deep, esoteric fucking shit. And he would come along and be like, where's the tits? And then you would start, you are hilarious too. You have the Aries, and you can see that that's an important part of life. They talk about sex and being direct and being aggressive, and, that'll put the lead in your pencil and just those sort of Aries things, So of course you appreciate that and you see it. And so do I. And we will both love that because we have that in us too. When's this guy's birthday? What's his name again? Voy, hi. When's your birthday?
Yeah, Voy. Introduce yourself a little bit. Tell us a little bit about your zodiacal alignment.
I'm a Virgo. I'm typical Virgo.
Oh, okay. Got our opposite on board now.
Yeah, that's the opposite of quite the opposite. Well, not the opposite, but it's quite opposite to Aries, I guess.
Yeah. Oh no, to Pisces. Me and Frank are both Pisces. Frank and I. Do you know your moon?
My moon sign?
Yeah. Do you know?
I think I know, but it's been so long since I dabbled in that material.
I can look for you if you want. If you share your year, I can just look. Only your year I need, and the day. Oh, the day, month, and year. If you don't want to share it, that's fine.
No, I think like the moon rises in a certain sign, and the sun rises in a certain sign.
And if you don't want to share it publicly, you could put it in the private chat because I'd like to know it. I'd like to know it too. I'm not going to spy on you. I'm not going.
I don't care that much about that.
No.
Well, we do. Right. We do. So it's not a Voy. Voy. It's not fucking about you. It's about us. We want it.
It's funny that. It's funny that we were just talking about opposites, though, and our opposite has now
date of birth, date of birth, location of birth, and hour of birth in the private chat right now. Get it done. Or I'm going to kick you.
It was 4:20 in the a.m.
No, listen. Shut up.
It was 4:20 in the a.m. I'm not kidding. On a 14th of September in 1971.
71, 14th. Okay, let's look. Okay, I'll look on the ephemeris. But yeah, that's what we were.
Goddamn.
Do you guys know that using the computer, one of the first programs that was put into the computer was astrology.
That's fucking cool. And I know the first site that was there. It's the one I'm on right now. It's astrodints.com. It uses a Swiss ephemeris. That's what I'm looking at right now.
It's an ancient website. No, but this is one of the first things they actually computerized, so to say.
Yeah, it makes good sense.
Cool.
Because there was so much knowledge about it, right? And it's just a structured system, right?
It makes perfect sense. Absolutely. And you know that the first machines, their attempts to contact the spirit realm, they started developing computer technology with the direct inordinate objective of contacting spirits.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, I'm not going to do the chart with the time because I'm in my garage and the Wi-Fi is extremely slow. But I did get his moon. He's moon in Cancer. So wait, September 14th, 71 is moon in Cancer. That's right? That's
Cancer.
Yeah, we'll just look at that for now. That's cool. Like, I mean, that to a Virgo where they're very logical. You also have Mercury in Virgo, so
yeah, that's a lot of Mercury.
You have
repeat that. Sun in Virgo, moon in what?
Cancer.
Cancer.
Cancer. And did you get the ascendant?
No, I don't want to. Like.
Oh, okay. No
do
worries.
that,
No worries.
I have to do a lot more opening of tabs, and like my fucking computer took this long.
This is
to
just a
open
garage reading. This is
Yeah.
just a garage reading from there.
Yeah, bro. I'm on Wi-Fi. I'm surprised you can even hear me right now.
Yeah, that's right. It's like from the side of the street.
Yeah, bro.
You got to pull something. You got to pull something in the tip jar in order for it to get out the books. You know.
Yeah, actually, I had to buy me a coffee or whatever, but then it just fucking stopped. I don't know. It wouldn't work. I don't know. I guess maybe because I'm in Canada. I don't fucking know. I gave up.
Wow, that's amazing because that has been the most successful endeavor I've ever launched on YouTube.
Oh,
Like what a thing. Yeah.
that's cool.
What a blessing that's been. And thank you to the community and the chatters and Voy and you, Mary, and anybody else out there who has bottled Frank Monday a coffee. That's good magic. Yeah.
Well, I never donated to any channel, not via the usual channels, right? Like PayPal or Buy Me Coffee. But I do have some interaction. I send people stuff, and people send me stuff, right? And that's it, you know.
Yeah,
That's the way to go.
Okay, the way that Voy learns and interacts with money, especially like you just said, is Virgo. Both of those are Virgo. It's Mercury in Virgo and Venus in Virgo. So it's very reserved. It's very careful. It's detail oriented. It's not going to be a sucker. And sometimes Virgo, even though they're really detail oriented and great at keeping organized in certain ways, they will be easily, like I said, they're immutable, right? So they can be easily led. So somebody will catch them off guard by knowing their weaknesses, you know, and sort of manipulate them into things. Then before you know it, they'll be like, I ended up with this woman who took all my money, you know, and now I'm in debt or whatever. Virgo's sort of like that, even though they're really careful and stuff and detail oriented. That will happen.
Yeah, but of course, we do stupid stuff too.
Yeah, but some signs will be like the ones that will lecture you on that. They'll be like, "Oh, my buddy, he's always getting in trouble because he's so Virgo," and they don't realize that's what they're saying. You know, they'll be like, "My buddy's like this, all of these things," and then I look at the chart. I'm like, "Well, yeah, that's what he's supposed to be doing." You know, like being open to everyone and sort of accepting people that everyone else says no to, which seems really stupid. You're gonna lose everything, buddy. You know, people are yelling at you over here, like, "What are you doing?" But then through that, it's very
Christ-like. It's very Christ-like.
it is. It really
seems like he has a very polarized Venus approach too, with deacons in Virgo and Cancer.
I mean, why the fuck do you guys think that I'm hanging out with you two now, huh?
No, I was gonna say the Cancer moon. That's like gets along with Scorpio moon really well and Pisces. So you're not quite a Virgo to us. You're still kind of watery, dude. You're still kind of open to.
Yeah. He has that that passionate, perceptive aspect to him.
Yeah. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, you can tell immediately. Like, I love Eric Dubay, but when you talk to Eric Dubay, like I talked to Eric Dubay on the Skype or whatever, and he's just very, you know, it's so hard emotionally to talk to a Taurus moon, for example. I love you guys out there, but you know how you're like too, and they want to turn everything into a logical sort of explanation for your emotions, and it makes no sense to us. We're just like, what do you mean? You're supposed to be in that moment and feel it. You know, it's not meant to be deciphered logically. What are you doing over there? And so you're trying to get them to be in the flow, like, you know, changing their tones and being all over the place, like watery like me right now or whatever. You know, this is the water, right? You know, you can hear it. Anyway, but I can hear it.
I hear what you're saying. But you know, yeah.
That's why a lot of people fight, though. You know, like that's all the tension on Earth. That's everything, right? That people are always asking about. Why am I fighting with this person? Now I can't get laid and make money. How am I going to get laid and make money? How am I going to Venus and Mars, Mary? How am I going to Venus and Mars? Hey, Voy has Mars and Aquarius. That's what I have. And that one's like the wandering fucking kind of philosopher and like visionary and open to a lot of different things too. So you're not a typical Virgo. When you read about Virgo, you might be like, nah, I'm way more open than that, and I'm more emotional than that. You know, I can feel.
True, that's true. That's true. But still, I do identify with Virgos. You know, because Yeah.
Sun, Mercury, Venus, and Virgo. That's you. That's a lot of Virgo. You still definitely have a lot of Virgo.
Well, you say so.
You do. Now look, he's like, well, if you say so, let me get my book out. I'm gonna write. No, I'm just kidding. I don't care. I don't really like. I could go not talking about astrology for a really long time. Actually, not talk about. I'm fascinated by the stuff Frank talks about.
No, but you wanted to, you know, and
yeah, no, because we were talking about it right when you like joined. So
yeah.
Yes, sir. So what do you do, Floyd? Like for magic stuff, listening to Frank and all that.
Magic stuff. I don't do anything anymore.
Oh, okay.
Not for work, not for magic, not for I don't even do sex anymore.
Wow.
No.
Okay.
Like a very silent period. Can't you see my chart? It's like I'm in a how do you call this? I'm in a dip for like the last 6-7 years. Pretty much done.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not depressed. I'm just waiting on the world to change. I can change the world, so I'm gonna have to wait for the world to change. That's where I am now.
Okay. Well, I could say the same sort of thing. Like I could do charts for everything and tell people stuff, but sort of the same thing. Like, meh, I'll just wait. I'll figure it out. Like the only reason I didn't do the circle chart and like fucking get real in depth is because I'm in the garage, you guys. And the reason I can't go in there is because there's someone working in there and he's talking on the phone. So.
Yes, okay. No, but I feel very uninspired lately. Not lately. It's like that's like the latter 4, 5, 6 years. Fuck this. And you say that's Saturn?
Okay, yeah. Can you go on your computer right now? I'll tell you one thing to look up that's exactly affecting you right now. And it's Saturn is retrograde in Pisces right now, and it's exactly opposite your Venus. That's a long transit in itself. That's like a good couple of years.
It feels like a long transit. I'm okay
I mean, it
with
could be longer than that.
Just
some circle, but yeah.
I'm okay with it. I'm very tolerant and acceptive, but yeah, man, something's got to change. But I don't know what to. I don't know where.
Okay, so right now,
I don't feel the need. I don't feel the need for it too, you know. But
no, I understand.
It would make sense. It would make sense for me to.
So Saturn is like the great restrictor, the limiter. And to give you one real world event example is on January 12th, 2020 is when the fucking coof hit, you know, that was Saturn conjunct Pluto. And that was, astrologers were saying for a long time on January 2020, something's going to happen. One of the astrologers even said a plague where it's going to restrict everyone from like doing everything. Literally exactly what fucking happened, COVID. So then, Saturn does this, right? He restricts you from things. So right now, Saturn being opposite to your Venus is literally fucking pleasure, how you find pleasure in life. Mm-hmm. So when the great restrictor or limiter is like any aspect to your Venus, you're going to have something where you explained exactly what you did right now because you're feeling like you just, and at the same time where you're feeling like restricted or whatever, like limited and like just nothing's really sort of happening, it's sort of, that's meant to happen and it will eventually change and somehow it will change your very structure of seeing everything. Like you'll be able to rebuild somehow from this new structure of solitude or whatever it is that you found. I don't know. That's usually how it works.
Oh, thank you. So how long does this retrograde of fucking Saturn actually last? I mean,
Saturn stays in a sign for like 2.5 years and it moves very slowly. And the reason we call Saturn the elder, right? In the old traditional zodiac where we use 7 main luminaries, the reason Saturn is like the boss man is because he goes so slowly, or she, whatever you want to see it as. Saturn goes so slowly, like, you know, a degree for like days and days and days, stays in the same area. While the moon is going really fast, the sun is a degree a day, everything else is going way faster. So Saturn stays somewhere so long, he gets such a fucking amazing grip of it. Like that's why Saturn rules not only language, but the fucking every symbol that makes language, the whole system.
So does Uranus also go in those charts or in those charts?
I mean, yeah.
Because Uranus moves even slower, right?
Yeah, that's modern astrology, and I can do modern astrology too. But I'm just saying Saturn, like in in like the old school astrology is.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and Pluto would be the eldest god since it's the furthest out, right?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I was just doing some old school, but that's usually like I've argued with other astrologers about this too, because there's no really need to argue. Like I've proven that Pluto does stuff now, but in the time being, like when I first found out, my mind was sort of blown at what the luminaries might be up there and that they're not these other things that other people said they were. So I was more open to that. I thought, oh, maybe Pluto isn't even real. You know, maybe Pluto's not there and somebody's just making it up.
And it's only like it would be a generational effect. Like its orbit would be how long? Too long,
yeah.
Right?
It hasn't even done the full. And here's another funny thing about Pluto, right? Like whenever it was discovered, I forget, it hasn't done the 248 years yet since it was discovered. So how do they even know that it's going to do that? What?
Well, you could. I mean, if you can see how long it takes for Pluto to do a quarter of a full rotation, you know.
Yeah, but you can't because there's retrogrades and stuff, and it goes through different.
Yeah, okay. I mean, okay.
I'm just saying.
Of course, there's that, right? Yeah.
It could be different. I don't know. I don't know how they're figuring that out. Maybe they have like ancient stuff, knowledge that we don't know. I don't know.
Then anything past the primary 7 wouldn't really come into calculation then with the older system. Is that right?
Yeah. Yep. That's why you'll see like Virgo's ruled by Mercury with Gemini, and that's why you'll see like the old system is Saturn or Mars. Like I was saying, Mars is Aries and Scorpio, but the newer system they'll say Scorpio's ruled by Pluto, which is really dumb to me. I don't know, because that's generational, like you said. First of all, it takes forever to go through a fucking sign, Pluto, because it's super, super, super slow. So it's just like you could call it a co-ruler, maybe. That's what some astrologers do that, but I like to focus on the oldest things of everything. That's also in my chart. I love old. Go back as far as you can. But Saturn, yeah, Pluto, I don't know. Like Pluto's real. I know Pluto's real because I have a daughter with moon opposite Pluto. But also, what I was saying I could argue before is also my daughter's Scorpio rising. And like these other aspects, moon square Mars, Venus square moon. So she's got these intense already aspects. So maybe it's that I'm seeing, not Pluto. So I could go on and on about that. But Saturn, you should really see. If you looked up Saturn opposite Venus transit in like the Google or whatever, you'll see articles written. Tons of astrologers have written this, and it will say the same thing I said. Like you have this something opposing you that's like restricting you somehow in the areas of that Venus rules, which is love, pleasure, money, women, artistic expression, like creativity, the things that bring you.
None of that.
Like you'll sort of feel like that's like limited right now in your life. But it will eventually come away. It will eventually get away.
Well, I don't even care. I don't even care about it, to be honest. I'm like, yeah, well.
But what do you do? Like some sort of creative things? Like, are you?
I used to. But there was this very dull period too, like I don't know, 30 years ago, and I didn't create anything either. I used.
Holy shit!
I used to do poetry, anything, sculpture, painting, collages, singing, anything. But I've had this dull period too. But I was in a relationship back in the day, and she also complained, like, "Why don't you create anything anymore?" And I said, "It's you. But that might have been a retrograde of 7 too. I don't know.
Oh, there's like the thing that I just really hope that everyone understands is like it's so many things, because you have your own unique chart, and like then there's the whole sky of everything that's happening, and plus, But I just want people to see a little bit, like especially when they're saying all this Saturn stuff, like that's. Saturn is 25 degrees Pisces right now in retrograde, which is exactly your fucking Venus. Like, what the hell? What are the odds that you call in? That's exactly opposite your Venus. Your Venus is 25 degrees, Virgo. What?
We're at the turning point. We're at the turning point now.
And you called to, and like, so I bet you there's something else in your chart right now. Like, I bet you that moon with Jupiter in the sky right now, I bet you they're, like when I do the circle part, if I could fucking do that on this computer, it would probably be pointing, to you communicating with somebody. And here you did call in. Like everything is in the chart. I could go fucking crazy watching this shit all day. Like,
You're good. You're good at what you're doing. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Well, it'll pass. That's like the best advice because it always does. I mean, really, it's basic. And the old ladies used to say that without knowing astrology. You know, dear, it's okay, dear, it'll pass. It's true. It does.
Anything passes.
Come on. I'd say it did so. Oh, sorry, I had to let the dogs out. Yeah, I'd say that you come out of it with some sort of inspiration eventually, and like, oh, I was, all of that inner time was really meant to limit me and cut me off and show me the fucking path. Like, there's something that was meant for me, and I wouldn't have got there unless I had all this shit first. And so, you're probably almost there. And who knows, maybe if you can do all those creative things, like, who knows what you're going to come up with now? I don't know. Something cool, probably.
Yeah. Well, I can come up with a lot of stuff. I can do a lot of stuff. I just don't. I need the inspiration. I need a... Yeah.
You need a muse?
A muse. That's it. I need a muse.
Well, I need something to clean up the shit on the floor that my Yorkie just did.
Yeah, well.
It's my Aries, I'm sorry.
It's called a maid. You need a maid.
I'm in the garage, so it's like, okay, it's not that bad. At least I'm in the garage, dang.
Oh, well, by the way, I need a maid too. I need a maid and a muse.
There you go. One time I made an ad on the classifieds ads. I thought it was fucking hilarious. I made an ad. It was like, bitching assistant. I'll follow you everywhere and just criticize everything you do. I thought it was hilarious. And within 5 minutes, I got a reply immediately from a guy who thought it was hilarious. And then they removed my ad. It wasn't sexual at all, but they said I implied it. I'm like, no, I wasn't implying that at all. Then I started criticizing them for removing. Anyway, yeah, that would be my good job. My dream job.
What happened to Frank?
I don't know. Frank, where are you, buddy?
I think he died on us. He just stopped breathing altogether.
Shit.
All right. Yeah, no, I'm here. I had to cook some dinner for my son.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah, so I managed all that while you guys were engaged in some passionate conversation.
Mr. Mom at it again.
Yeah, I know. All right. What did I miss?
I can't remember. Jeez.
A lot, right?
So long
You
ago.
missed a lot. I mean, she basically, taught me what was wrong with my life, and it's going to be okay. In the end.
Yeah, you're all right, boy. You're doing good. There's a lot fucking wrong with your life.
That's the shortest way to tell you what happens.
I could have told you that, but I'm too polite. I'm too polite to do that. That's none of my fucking business.
You can rewind it later, bro.
I guess that's why I can't do astrology. That's why I do tarot. I'll tell you about the future. How about that?
Well, go ahead.
What's coming in your future? Let me get into these cards. Let me molest these things. I'm gonna touch them, titillate them.
A maid and a muse. She already told me. Mary already told me. A maid and a muse. That's what I need.
Oh, yeah. No, well, I mean, yes, that was delineated professionally between the two of us here, indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sadly, I missed it entirely. I had to cook up I had some chicken breast. You guys aren't, well, not all of you are vegetarians out there, but if you are a vegetarian, I really like breasts a lot. And so, yeah, I did some breasts and some wedge fries and a little bit of salad. And I threw it all together pretty quickly. I mean, 15, 20 minutes. I wasn't gone that long, was I?
Dang, no. There you go.
Speak for that long? Wow. Hey, but I do like chicken fillet too, right? Chicken fillet, chicken breast is the same thing. But
yeah, they had
I do appreciate chicken thigh better. To be honest.
Do you? I like thighs too. Oh, good God! I saw some thighs the other day at work, and I was like, "Damn, there's some." I like them thighs a lot.
I stick those thighs in my mouth.
All right, yeah. Well, they had breasts to match, so I wasn't wanting for anything really.
I I had like 50 meat birds this year, and like
Did
40
you?
last year maybe. Yeah.
Did you do any turkeys? Come on.
Last year I did turkeys, and they're terrible. They eat everything. They're really aggressive, and like I don't know. I don't like to lock the animals up, so they're all running together, and the turkeys just destroyed the garden. So I was not impressed. Okay. Even though I have a fence, they like stick their little fucking heads through. They rip everything out through the fence holes.
No, ducks are better for gardens, but what about chickens? Don't they fucking tear everything up too?
I mean, I had a fence everywhere. Like, you know, I built a fence out of garbage, other pieces of fence. I'm very creative like that too. But I've also had my like where I feel like I can't do anything and I'm not inspired at all. That's all he was saying. And I was saying,
oh wow, Voy, I was just thinking about you while shuffling, and I drew the 2 of Cups, which is kind of a big deal if you guys know about your Cups cards. That's like Rome. Go ahead.
No, it's water. That's all I know. I'm gonna mute myself now. I'll be right back. I'm listening. Kid.
Yeah, no worries. Stick with us. Yeah, like that's a amiable, commiserate relationship between a man and a woman, or 2 lovers. You know, no gender implied there, even though it is. The 2 of Cups appears in, is it Capricorn? No, Cancer, or yeah, it's the first decan of Cancer, and it represents love. So have you been courting a little something recently? I mean, other than here on the show, right?
I've always got something in the oven, of course. No, I don't. No.
Good man. Okay.
But I do have a lot of friends, you know, female friends on the internet, especially.
Well, yeah, and then maybe you and Mary should hit it off a little. Maybe you guys could do a little collaboration or show backstage.
Dude, it's so fresh.
What are you doing trying to shut me up? I already have 36 pretend boyfriends. I don't have.
What? You have 36% boyfriend? What?
Yeah.
What?
I wasn't your first internet boyfriend, was I, Mary?
Oh Lord!
Not that I ever was.
Venus Aries. All jokes. I'm always joking.
I've gone through some internet crashes too. They usually don't last that long, right? Like a couple of weeks, and then you're like, oh, okay. You know.
Have you ever actually met someone off the internet and dated them?
Yeah.
Have you? Yeah. Because I have a story from college, and I met this girl on ICQ in like Movie Master's chat room, and she just happened to be in the fucking same part of town as me, and we met up and we dated, and she was a preacher's daughter and looked just like Taylor Swift. And she was fucking crazy, man. And I hung out with her for about 9 months.
That sounds like top material, dude.
Yeah, we had a very good relationship. She was naughty. When I found out she was a preacher's daughter, like I didn't know anything about preacher's daughters at the time, and I was like, "Oh, then you must be very straight-laced, you know, and very traditional." And fuck, man. Yeah, when we got in the bedroom, and it was lights out for me, man.
Don't you know that song? The only one who could ever teach me
was a preacher's daughter. Yeah, I didn't know, man. I didn't know. I had no idea.
Dusty Springfield, dude. Don't you know that song?
No. I think I do now, but I didn't.
Yeah, you know that song. The only one who could ever teach me is Son of a Preacher Man. Isn't that the song?
Yeah, this was a daughter, though.
Yeah, is a preacher what you call them in the Catholic Church?
No, like Southern Baptist. We call it in the Lutheran. We call him a pastor usually, but
because like my dad's the same birthday as your dad, remember? And he was a pastor. He's real loud, Leo. Have you found Jesus yet?
You need to. Jesus is king.
Like
King of Kings.
I introduced him to my friends. You know, I'm like in a sort of a meek, quiet mood. You know, oh, this is my dad. This is my dad. I'm like 10 years old, this little shy girl, and then my dad.
Yeah, you're going straight to hell too. Involved in all that occulted arcana, astrology.
He would embarrass me so bad. Like just without before. Dude, I was scared to say anything about astrology to him.
That's so crazy too. My older brother James is a Leo, and he was a preacher for a long time. Like he endeavored to do that. He owned a construction company. Wow. And so he had a very powerful, booming voice, but he endeavored to have his own church for 15, 20 years or something.
Wow. Yeah, it takes quite the personality for that. Leos love to do that. Leos love to do that.
Yeah,
if
I
you
can
think
imagine.
about like the allegory of like sun, the sun god, right? Like the son of God, the S-O-N or the S-U-N. And
Yeah, it's coming up, the birth of the sun, right? We're looking at it in the next month, in 2 weeks, 6 weeks, about 6 weeks out.
6 weeks, yeah.
yeah, I was just gonna say Leo is where the sun is at home, where the son of God is at home.
Yeah, sure. We get that Yuletide coming up. Are you guys planning anything for your Yuletide? If anyone out there in Happy Land wants to come to China during the month of February, I'm going to have 6 weeks off for winter vacation, the whole month of February and the first month of March.
Wow.
Well, I hope you do some streams.
Yeah, if you want to come to China for your first time, come on over during that period. I'll kick my kids and wife out, and you can stay here in the apartment with me.
Yeah, dedicated, dude.
Oh yeah, I'll tell them, because I've never really, like, my brother came to visit one time. I had a friend who came to visit, but like my wife will do that routinely. She'll be like, "Oh, my friend's coming into town. I'm not going to see you for a week." And it's like, okay, fuck. If she can
so
do it,
that's why you stay on these hotels so often.
No, I stay in the hotels for work. But yeah.
Okay. I've been with the same guy for 21 years, and we have our ups and downs. But right now, we're doing really good. We're finally communicating again. You know how it gets like the
For
square?
how long? 20 years?
21 years.
21. Me and my wife, 23.
Wow.
23, yeah.
Wow. See, there were twins there again. Scorpio
Yep.
moon is very dedicated. They will fuck. They're loyal as fuck, and they will follow through. So like that's the fixed energy, right? The middle of a season. That Scorpio, and that's your emotional state. That's your family ties. That's your family ties. Why would you just give up on your wife, with your kids? Like, that's not how Scorpio moon does things. They're like, no, I'm in this for good. Like, whether you're not going to get along through or what, you're going to make it work. That's the whole idea. Now, if you were Scorpio with Scorpio moon and a bunch of other hard aspects with your Aries, you'd probably be like violent, and it would end like that. Like, I can see when people
But still stay together. Violent.
I can see when people are. I mean, I've been in a violent relationship that people never thought I would leave, but that was 22 years ago. My son's dad has he went to jail. He literally, he hurt me so bad sometimes. Like that's why I had my son early, because he slammed me into a wall and then my water broke the next day at work.
Yeah, that's no fun. I've out of all the girls I've been with, I've never been violent with any of them. I've been violent sometimes emotionally or verbally, but never physically. Because my father always told me, he said, if you get angry enough to hit a woman, you should absolutely leave and never look back.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good one.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I took that to heart. And so a couple of gals I've left because it did get there.
I did do so though, because she hit me, and then she walked away, and I said, no, girl. I mean, saying goodbye is dropping the key too in the same moment. And she said goodbye while keeping the key. I said, no, that's not going to work. So I kicked her off the bike into a field, though, not on the street, into a field.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that story. You were like riding through France, like on Tour de France, right?
Yeah, we were chasing each other. Yeah.
Wasn't she a prostitute you'd picked up at a brothel? Come on,
oh, dude.
What? What did I miss?
No. Dude.
And he had her on the back of the bike, and she slapped him in the back of the head and said, "Hurry the fuck up, boy! Get off the fucking bike!"
Fuck, dude. No, but I will be. I will slap a woman in the face when she slaps me. I will do that.
The thing with me is I'm the one that's like that. I'm very I grew up with SWAT teams, with the violence everywhere. Like, my mom left my real dad. I have the same mom and dad as Frank too, which is really fascinating astrology. Like, literally, if you have my dad and my mom, you're also Frank. Frank has his mom.
We're twins in so many ways. I know we've explored this before.
Exactly. My mom's birthday, April 28th. My dad's birthday, August 10th. When's your mom and dad's birthday, Frank?
My father's August 10th, and my mom, it was April, May. No, May.
I think it was April. I think it's
she's April 27th. Sorry.
Yeah, like right by my mom, because I did her chart once. Your mom, by the way, remember? And I didn't even know your dad had the same birthday as my dad too. Anyway, if you're like, isn't that fucking mind blowing right now?
Wait. Your mom is also April 27th. Is that correct?
My mom is April 28th, and my dad is August 10th.
That's right. Yeah, I remember our dads lined up, and our moms are one day off. Yeah, that's fucking.
Yeah,
unreal.
and your chart is more fortunate. You have Saturn and Jupiter in a better spot. So you had stable elders that were giving you better lessons in life. That were easier lessons, okay, where you could thrive and where you felt supported, okay? Where my chart is like, the mom and dad were like, what are we even doing together? Basically, my mom was 17. My dad knocked her up, and then he was like, oh, let's get married. And like, I found Jesus. And like, my mom was like, fuck that. My mom's like a heathen partier, 17-year-old. My dad's like, I'm dedicating I want to go join the Mennonites. Like the most strict Christian shit you could ever do.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy magic too. Because my mom was also 17. My dad was 38. So imagine that.
Fuck. My dad was only 10 years older than my mom, but still that's fucked, dude. Fuck. Wow.
Yeah, our synchronicities are like way off the fucking chart. The levels of high strangeness.
Yeah, but like my chart shows like a lot of abuse and stuff, and I'm fine talking about it. Like I don't need sympathy. I just want people to see, like, that's in the fucking chart too. Like I was literally meant to be violently attacked when I was a child, like all the time. Like all these traumatic SWAT team events and shit shaped who I am now. And people say like I have complex post-traumatic stress disorder and like all of these things, which I definitely identify with them when I read them. And like listen to how I talk. Sometimes I get so high and fast, and like I can't even, like right now I just get overexcited and things like that. Like I can watch them happening in astrology. Like if I have the chart of the moment playing out, I'm like, right now the moon is with Jupiter, and they're both trying my moon, Scorpio, which they are exactly. And I'm here talking to Frank, and I'm like super excited again because I found all these synchronicities that
I think a part of that parental difference, like whereas I grew up a little more nurtured, that I'm able to deal with a lot of that PTSD probably in a different way, like maybe a better way that people would look at it, than with if your parents are a little more at battle, then it would be definitely harder to process.
Yeah. Oh no, my dad was like the greatest guy ever, but then my mom left my dad and then started to marry worse like men who then like were violent and guns and SWAT teams, and someone murdered my stepdad, and just that's how it went, like kept going like that. And then every time when I go back to look at the charts, it's like Saturn was right there for the worst times, like the worst things that could ever happen to someone. Saturn was right there.
Here's a crazy one to throw you. My my maternal grandmother on my mom's side was an Aries born on the 14th. My son, I think, is 16th. Yeah. But my grandmother on my mom's side, and she killed 3 of her husbands.
What? I remember you saying that. That's fucked. Holy shit. Holy Aries.
And she got away with it every time. And she used to
story, man. This is a good story.
Yeah, she used to brag about it to me when I was her grandchild, like 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, she'd tell me those stories. So funny.
That's your mom's mom? Yeah, my mom's mom was also scary. I don't think she killed anyone, but she was scary. So everyone was scared of her. She did tarot. She's the one who did tarot her whole life. She would literally know everything about you. Like people were like, your grandma is fucking scary as hell, Mary. I'm never going there again.
I know, right? The witches of the old hills, man. Those ladies were legit, though. I think she had 8 children or 9, and her mother had 14 children.
Yeah.
Oh, and the other crazy thing is she had her first child when she was 12 years old.
Oh my God, what the fuck? What the fuck? That's fucked.
Yeah, we call those folks rednecks. But
Yeah.
it is what it is, It is what it made for hard women, and she lived to 86 or 87. She didn't fuck around. Knocked out 9 kids, killed 3 husbands. Motherfucker, I'm gonna keep on going.
Grandma was not fucking around. Yeah, my grandma on my mom's side has the same birthday as Eric Dubay. September 7th. So Virgo, extremely just noticing everything, detail oriented about everything. So where Pisces is really intuitive and sort of just can look at someone and without sort of logically coming to any conclusions, to anything that a Virgo would ever understand. We just sort of feel it. We got like, the way I see it is like everyone's sort of letting out these tiny little particles of themselves, and we can sort of absorb them. Water signs can absorb them better. And so I'll even have memories of people, memories from people. Like I'm like, where did that memory even come from? And it's someone, you know, that I walked by. Weird, right? I don't know. That's just so watery, right? But Virgo, they do not understand that. They need to have a logical way of explaining it. So for our Virgo to learn astrology, like they will look at from the basics, they'll work their way up, and then they'll have the systems all together, and then finally they'll be like, okay, I've put this stuff together, and now I can apply it. Like school is good for some people, like Virgo maybe, you know, in some ways, like a structured environment.
You think so? No.
Erica, well, I mean, no, I mean, I don't, but for some people, yeah, and probably not you, because you're not like, you have Mars in Aquarius for one, and Mars in Aquarius hates being in any sort of bound spot like that, because they just want to be wandering. They're like the wandering fool or whatever. I don't know what the tarot card for Aquarius is, but they don't want to be in any structured environment unless they're the boss. Maybe if they were the teacher and we're all in this together. So where Aquarius is in school, maybe you did this too. I did this. I have Mars in Aquarius. We'll always be like trying to have our own school within the school, like make our own gang of like people that do these separate things away from the main school. And then we're like
that's the only thing that I'm functional for in society. I did create that place myself. Yeah.
Your house?
No. What I do is I put out some. I started out guerrilla gardening, and then people liked it so much. Now it's subsidized, right? So
gardening. Ooh.
Guerrilla gardening, right?
Guerrilla gardening. Oh, like you mean just gardening on other people's land or wherever you want to?
Yeah, gardening on public land, right?
Sweet. Yeah, cool.
And,
I've done that.
And so people liked it so much that finally it got acknowledged, and I have a budget by the government provides me a budget to do so. Right?
Oh my God, that's amazing. What?
Yeah, and it makes everybody's lives way better, because you know there's flowers and there's green where there used to be a lot of concrete. So yeah, that's what I'm doing in the latest years, this dull period.
That's pretty fucking awesome still.
Yeah.
So I don't know what you're talking about. That's pretty cool. Yeah, you know what Venus rules? So that's funny because Venus rules flora, Venus rules flowers, all the flora, all the plant life. So like I said, Venus, and now you just said what I was wondering. You know, I'm like, Saturn is opposite your Venus. You must be narrowing down on like you're honing in on your gift from the main structure, and you just said it like.
Yeah, the tarot card for Venus, the Empress, is really a beautiful one, and expresses all of that energy, right? Seated in her throne with the shield of Venus at her feet, in the shape of a heart, and then like the fecundity of the natural world all around her. Yeah, that's a beautiful thing.
Flora and fauna, yes. The beauty of nature, just sitting back when you can look at everything in nature. Wow, that's crazy. That's cool. You got government. Many government is also Saturn. Government is Saturn and Jupiter. The elders, the leaders, the people who rule over us in the longest way where we can't escape from them, the government. That's them. That's what they represent in the chart, you know? And you just said you get government money now. Like what? How did you get? That's amazing. That's really amazing. How did you get that? Did you have to fight them for it, or did other people do it with you, or what?
That's good magic. He lives in a very socialist place, though, I believe. So Canada as well, right? Canada's what's the card? Sagittarius is the temperance card, the angel, commingling the energies of yin and yang.
Where does Boy live? Netherlands?
Yep.
Yeah, he's a Norwegian, right?
What?
No. Oh, he's fucking me. Because everybody thinks I'm Danish. So that's a joke. But no, I'm in.
Your accent sounds Dutch to me.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. That was a good guess, though. Sometimes I'm wrong. But I'm getting pretty good. I don't know. I can tell the Dutch because the man of the house here, he works with a lot of Dutch people, actually. So yeah. It's different. And my dad's from Germany, even though he's lost his accent mainly now. But Dunky. Instead of Dunka, it's Dunky or Dunky, right? Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know. That's the only thing I know in Dutch.
Dunga. Yeah, Danky.
No, donkey is that's South African. Donkey.
Oh, for fuck's sakes! I don't know. Then never mind.
Close enough. It's close enough. It's the same time zone. Same people. Yeah.
Oh yeah, mama. I'm rolling another joint. It's 9:49 a.m. on a Monday, and this is how I'm getting here. It's fucking harvest season. That means you smoke joints all day long.
I know, right? I mean,
yeah, that's good magic. I could appreciate that, man. I wish we could do that here. Fucking Chinese, they're all anal retentive about cannabis.
There's a fucking insane windstorm right now. Like, I'm surprised I'm even can still talk to you. Okay, and right when I'm looking at the chart, like even the weather, Mars and Mercury are just ascending here, and just as they started to ascend, it turned into this fucking insane.
Yeah, that wind came from China and Siberia. That was here yesterday, about 12 hours ago.
Bro, what's gonna blow away in my yard? Nothing. Okay.
I'm living in the future, so everything that happens here starts to occur to you guys half a day later. So if you want to know the future, just look to Frank Monday.
Yes, indeed. On a Monday is even better.
Yeah, I'm a reader of the future. Yeah, so I was trying to flip through these cards. I'm trying to find the star for Aquarius.
What's Saturn? What's Capricorn? Saturn. What card is that?
The devil. Capricorn is the devil.
That's hilarious. No, that's the sun story again, right? Like the Son of God dies on the cross, and like you said, it's almost the time to be reborn. We could use any point of the cross for that when the sun's reborn, but technically the shortest day of the year. Scorpio's
death, as you pointed out earlier.
Yes, but so is Capricorn. They're both sort of death, right? Scorpio is when
Capricorn's the devil. That's what you mentioned, right?
Yeah, like Scorpio.
Go ahead.
So it's just that when you say astrology is really hard to learn, it's simple, and I always want to simplify it for you because Scorpio is, we figured out, remember, the middle and the when the darkness starts to take over. Because in Libra, it's still equal sun and it's still equal daylight to dark hours. But when we hit Scorpio, it's finally like now the day is shortened a whole chunk. So that's why it's like the kiss of death. It's like the kiss of darkness. It's coming for us. Now Sagittarius, it'll be even darker. And then a Capricorn, it's the fucking death. It's the actual devil. It's Satan, Saturn, the death to the sun. But then in like however many days, a few days-ish, it leaves the Tropic of it's Capricorn and starts coming back slightly, which you can even see in the sky, right? Like when the sun's on the Tropic of Capricorn, it's way down low in the sky. When you look south, you don't have to look up high in the sky to see the sun. You look straight out. You can see it.
What sky? I don't even see any sky these days. I mean, there's only this totally, how do you call this? Overcast. It's totally overcast. Totally overcast. All day, every day. It's
sometimes the sun, yes. But if you could see the sun, it's way over there now. Well, it's not way down. It's only a little bit past the equator now. Like once you start watching where the sun goes, you'll eventually get this and be like, "Holy!"
Yeah, here's Aquarius. I'm trailing the hell out of my sky.
Yeah. Well.
Here's Aquarius. Skyclad goddess Columbia. 1 foot in the water, 1 foot on the dry land.
Like Zeus.
Oh, okay.
8-pointed star, yeah. So. And this is the stained glass one. Nice star for Aquarius.
Oh wait, are you showing it? I need to go back on the screen. Oh, cool. Yeah, look at that.
My bad.
Oh, so it's the Rider-Waite, but it's with stained glass. Pretty. Okay.
Yeah. And this is the Art Nouveau. Look at those beautiful naked breasts there. Look at.
Oh, you mean Art Nouveau?
Will YouTube strike you for this? I mean, this artwork is tangibly nicer than this. This is very childish looking. It's the Pamela Coleman Smith Rider-Waite. But then if we look at the Art Nouveau, it's much more luxurious, voluptuous, more accurately proportioned, right? It's nice. I don't know if you guys can see that.
Yeah, I can see it.
Don't. I don't know how you say it. Art Nouveau. It's Art Nouveau, dude.
Or how do you say it in the actual language? Because we Americans would say Art Nouveau, right?
No, dude, that's like Spanglish.
Is that Spanglish?
Yeah, that's Spanglish.
No, that's how USA people say French shit. That's fine. I never try to correct them. I don't care.
No, Teach me the correct pronunciation. I don't want to seem like
It's
Art Nouveau. Art Nouveau.
Tell you how. No, that's correct pronunciation.
Art Nouveau. Simon, is that correct?
Wait, there's someone talking in the chat. Oh, wait, there's someone talking in the chat. All of astrology tells the story of God in the heavens. Yes, most Christians reject it, and it was left out of the Bible. It's actually all like allegory, and I think it says in the Bible too that Jesus only ever spoke in parables, like hidden meanings, and we're supposed to sort of look for hidden meanings that it might mean, maybe. I think
maybe because he was censored back in the day, like we are censored today.
I mean, I always ask my dad, right, the pastor, Dad, who wrote the Bible? And my dad says, scholars, Mary. That's it. I'm like, what scholars? And then he'll be like, I'm going out.
No, but guys, come on. The Bible was not written by somebody. It was written, I mean, it says so, right? John, Marcus, Ephesians, Sadducees, Pharisees. I mean, it says so with every chapter, but every chapter is actually a book. Yeah, so the Bible wasn't written by the Bible was collected. It's a collection of books. So it's
I know. And then scholars put that shit all together in different translations and all that. I like the Gospel of Mary, which I recently found on that Jew guy's channel. What's it? Dr. Sledge. What's his channel called again? I forget. Oh, not Esoterica? Dr. Justin Sledge, where we explore the arcane in philosophy, religion, and something.
I never heard of that. It doesn't ring a bell. No.
Frank
sounds
knows him.
Good though. Sounds good though.
Frank knows him. He's a scholar. He's like an academic guy. I don't know where Frank is, but Frank knows him because anyway, I heard Frank said he listened to him one day, and so did I sometimes. But he's got a good video on it. I put it on my channel actually, the Gospel of Mary by him, and I thought it was pretty interesting. Sophia Daisy May, yes. Most Christians reject it. My dad literally says I'm going to hell, like, and just go. He will go. He's like, I don't even want to talk to you anymore because you know it, Mary. You know you need a personal relationship out about it. Yes, Dad. Okay. I'm reading her comments. Okay, she says, I've had experiences when I've been out in public around people I have never met, and their crossover loved ones will give me messages from them. Oh, okay. They usually end up crying and say they have been waiting for the message. Oh yeah, no, that's beautiful. Like that, I totally know that shit's real.
It's intense. It's intense.
That's beautiful. Yeah, I've had like a few things like that. Like, well, my grandpa came to me when he died. He was in the hospital. He had emphysema, and then he came to me in my dream when I was pregnant with my son, and he said to me in my dream, just, "I have to go, Mary. Sorry." And he was always so short worded, you know, like so man of little words. And I immediately woke up, sat up in bed, and I was like, holy fuck, I think my grandpa just died. Then I sat there like pacing. I had no phone and no TV. Of course, I was always living like that with like no technology, as little as possible. So I had no way to call anyone and saying like, did grandpa just die? And then, so I just waited. And then right before I was about to leave for work, my door knocked and I was like, oh fuck, someone's coming to tell me my grandpa died. And I opened the door and it was my sister-in-law, and she was like, Mary. And I said, oh fuck, grandpa died. And she's like, yeah. And then his name was Simon. And then when I had my baby boy, he had fucking orange hair, bright orange hair like my grandpa Simon. So I named him Simon.
Of course. Makes sense, right?
Stuff like that. I love stuff like that. I know that's the kind of stuff is deeply, profoundly life-changing for some people. Some people never have an experience like that. So maybe they do, and then they're not around anyone that would ever believe them or understand them, and they're just like constantly being told it's stupid and all that.
Yeah, no.
But the moon's with Jupiter right now, brethren. And we fucking know, don't we? Oh, Sophia, yes. You dreamt of your sister's death and then it happened. I'm sorry, but that's intense. And yeah, girl, you have intense powers there. And my son not only looks like my grandpa, but then when he was really little, he started doing hilarious things that my grandpa did, like putting a ton of pepper on things. He'd be like, Mom, can I have the pepper? just a pepper shaker. My grandpa, he used to coat everything in pepper, and then my son would sit there and like coat everything in pepper. I'm like, what are you doing? Where did you even get that from? No one does that in this house.
Yeah,
And so I thought,
but it's, I mean, it's obvious. Well, yeah, it's quite obvious, right? That is the same person, the same spirit. Maybe not the same person, but the same spirit.
yeah, parts of him. And then when I did the chart, like my grandpa was a Taurus, and I could go on about the other stuff, but the main part of my grandpa's chart was strong Taurus, and my son has Saturn and Jupiter together in Taurus, like right together in a great conjunction in Taurus. So I thought that's the elders that my grandpa was one of the strongest elders in my life, like that was a good influence on me, even though I had all this shit going on, this crazy abuse and everything. My grandma and grandpa would take care of me, and they had a farm, and look at me now, you know, that's what I still go back on. Like the elders in my life brought me that. So yeah.
That is intense, right? I mean, that's your actual real life, and that's not something etherical or spiritual. That's actually, you know, your actual life.
Yeah. Sophia's saying, I hope the retrograde doesn't last very long. Mercury retrograde happens a lot, and you know, the only time I've noticed thousands of them, and the only time it ever affects you personally is if that is happening in the degrees over your chart. So right now, Mercury is 6 Sagittarius, and it's with Mars. Mars is like 4 degrees Sagittarius. So if you have something that's like 4 degrees or 6 degrees in like Pisces or Virgo or Gemini, for example, that would be those red lines in the chart, like the opposition and the tension causing squares that cause like fighting and tension and things. So people who have that aspect, the Mercury retrograde will probably affect them only. Usually it's the squares, but like if it's something harmonious, like a harmonious angle, or maybe sometimes it'll be the inconjunct, which is another hard kind of angle. But if it's a harmonious one, then maybe you'll have like a really huge downfall of a whole bunch of free books or something, or information, you know, like you'll get signed up for a new email thing that you get updates and you love it. You end up loving it. Like something harmonious will happen with the Mercury retrograde. So I don't even think people make a big deal about Mercury retrograde, and they really shouldn't. But maybe they should. I mean, if they know their charts, probably they would know. I have some hilarious stories, like where Mercury went retrograde for me and it was a hard angle. Is Frank even attached anymore? He's not, is he?
No. Tell us about your stories from Mercury retrograde.
Oh, my best one, I think I've told before, but I don't care. It's hilarious. Mercury was retrograde on my Mars, Aquarius. Aquarius is like the geek, you know, they want to know everyone, and I've always asked everyone's chart. So I had like 500 charts in 5 different astro.com accounts, because you're only allowed to put 100 charts. So I had 5 different accounts, and I was talking to this one guy. He's I forget, he's a Libra, I think, with a bunch of Scorpio, and he's married, and his wife's real Scorpio. So like, you know, you don't want to fuck with her. And anyway, she apparently was spying on his emails, and I wasn't being like inappropriate at all, but he kind of was. He kept flirting with me, so she got fucking super pissed. And at some point in the email, I had shared my Astro password, the same password for all those 5 accounts.
Oh, that was probably even worse than that text.
Oh my god, so fucking dumb. Because I was like, the guy's talking about astrology to me, right? So I'm like, oh, you know, you can do synastry, right? You can put your chart with anyone else's chart. So here's my password, so you can check data, because we knew the same people. So then the bitch gets my password, literally stays up all night, and they're in Germany. So she purposely did this like when I wasn't awake, and then went and erased every single chart of 5 accounts. So 500 charts she erased. This is all Mercury retrograde, exactly on my Mars. So I wake up the next morning, and I'm fucking dedicated as fuck this year for astrology. I was fucking dedicated as fuck. And I wake up the next day, and I open astro.com, and I like go to fucking see, and it's like, you have no charts. I'm like, what? Then I open the other account, and it's like, you have no charts. I'm like, what? I'm just fucking losing. I'm like, what the fuck is even happening? I go to my astrology group, and I'm like telling everyone something happened. All my charts are gone. What the fuck? And who would do this? And what the hell? So I start emailing the webmaster at astro.com. I'm like, what happened? What the fuck? And he says, oh, somebody logged in and erased them all. And I'm like, okay, can you please put them back? Like, what the fuck? And then I'm asking my computer friends, and they're like, yeah, that should only take a minute, you know? And but then the astro.com webmaster, he's like, yeah, well, you shouldn't share your password. Like, And I'm like, what? I'm like, no, man, please don't do this to me. I do everything for free. I've done literally thousands of charts for free, like to help people. Please don't do this, you know? And then he says, just because you're a Pisces, do you think everyone should work for free? And I was like, fuck. I was so mad. So I go back to my astrology group and I'm like, here's his email. I'm like, everyone start emailing him, like telling him to give me back my charts. So I got like everyone in my group starts mass emailing him, right? And it's like, I guess that fucks up their.
It worked. It worked.
It worked. He me back in all caps. In all caps, he's like, okay, I put them all back. Tell your friends to stop emailing me immediately. Like 10 fucking exclamation points. I'm like, yes, I win. Woo! And then the retrograde stopped like the next day or something. It was just the timing of all of it was so fucking perfect. It was fucking.
Yeah.
I thought that'll make anyone a believer. But I have so many stories like that where people are like, oh, wow, okay. But like, prove it. You know, I'm like, oh, you want to look at the boring data? Okay, here it is in the ephemeris. And then they're like, what? No. What's that? I don't want to. I think you read that.
I think you're a very good reader of the zoological charts. Yeah.
Thank you.
So, I mean, you're just doing this casually, right? As you're doing it. So, I think you're.
Yeah, I don't like the idea of like jobs. Sometimes I have things set up for donations, but like then they just fucking don't even work. So then I'm over here again, like, oh well. I guess the gods don't want me to have monetary, like fiat currency money. So whatever.
No fiat for you.
Whatever, man. Okay, now what's the chat saying? This stuff is so fascinating. Oh, she's Sagittarius, Gemini rising. Oh, cool. Okay.
All right, guys. My internet got disconnected for a little while, so I'm back now. I think.
Okay, well, hopefully the porn and stuff that we didn't just play doesn't get your channel banned.
We were having such a good time together, Mary and I. No. But now here you are again, Frank. Well, welcome back, I guess.
Yes. So Sophia says, goodness, what did she do? Her karma isn't very good.
I know. I read that and I was like, what was I talking about? I forget.
Akashic Records. What do y'all think about the? Okay, this is a good one. It's a general one for all of us. What do you think about the Akashic Records?
I think she's referring to that you were in such a violent childhood.
Oh no, the fucking the pissed off Scorpio wife who erased all my charts. Bad karma for her. Yeah, I'm sure. Like the whole thing. That was the whole thing. I always say that to Scorpios too, but they don't care. You know, trying to tell Scorpio, calm down. Your life doesn't need to be focused around getting revenge. You know, it's been 10 years. Calm down. Let it go. And good luck with that.
I mean, they're Scorpio.
That was a joke because they're never letting go. They're never fucking letting go. They'll wait 20 years if they have to. They'll wait 30 years. The perfect fucking time will come where they can have their revenge.
Yeah, so according to in the Akashic Records, that would track with like according to the astrological birth charts, like these things would be written into a record that you could access if you could set the dial to any given time for that person's trajectory and triangulation across those zodiacal alignments, right? In the Christian tradition, it would be the Book of Life. And according to the Hermetic tradition, once you're initiated, you can go in and read a page from the Book of Life, which will tell you, you know, some aspect of your future life that you're currently in. And they say you should only read one page, though, and you shouldn't be too greedy. And then you come back. So the imprint of all of our lives, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think it's a legit thing. I've visited a few times.
I was going to say, like, I know you've talked about like we should be able to do stuff without drugs, but like for me, it was my Scorpio boyfriend, bringing up Scorpio again, gave me like 5 hits of acid, and I was barely 16. I was super young. He gave me 5 hits of acid, and that was my trip that night for 3 days actually in a row, where I left my body and I became like attached to this like ether above or something, and I was just part of everything, and I could actually distinguish like different people how they would form together and stuff, and then that's when I was sort of like. After when I came down, I was like, maybe that's astrology because I found this one astrology book on my mom's bookshelf because I was just a kid and I still lived with my mom on and off at that point. And yeah, so I read that astrology book and I thought, oh fuck, that's maybe how everyone pieced together. And meanwhile, my mom's like, oh great, ass 3 days tripping, you're going to detox, you know. I'm like, but mom, everyone is connected out of our bodies. And my mom Taurus Capricorn moon is like, yeah, great, this is really great. Now everyone's gonna think I have a crazy daughter. Detox. And I'm like, mom, you're an alcoholic. Really, mom, you do coke. Like, mom, like, what the fuck, mom?
The world will deem you crazy. I mean, that's
right. But my mom's like, yeah, I party and I keep a job and I do, you know, I earth sign, Mary. This isn't the water world over here that you live in of spirituality and gobbledygook. You need to keep a job and all this, like, and I was just like, what? You know, mind blown, mom. This never gonna, bye. You know, I'm leaving. I'm running away now again. I'm gonna go do astrology. Astrology is everything, and that was me, and here I am still. I think that's
it's good. It's good magic, yeah. And you can foresee a lot of things. You can prophesy events, like not so much in that direct way, perhaps, but like you'll see those things unfolding before you rather than like behind you. And so your ability to be responsive rather than reactive is more potent, you know, as it comes into being.
I don't really do. I don't organize with it. You know, I'm not like fucking. More like intuitive everything with me. Like,
yeah, you've got to though. You got to align. I mean, that's the life path, right? To align with the least amount of friction, or only that friction that strengthens you at least.
Like if Eric Dubé was an astrologer, he would be sitting here, I picture, with libraries of books in front of him, very organized, you know, he's like, this is the data for day. And it would be amazing to see our opposite do that in this structured way. But that's exact opposite in every way. Where I even hated books. I like resented reading and books for a long time. And I didn't want anything to do with it because I'm just so sick of people saying a lot of things, but then not knowing the astrology. I was like, how are you so blind to this? It's so easy. But that's my personality. I'm just red hot, fiery. And like I said, I trigger a lot of people. And if it's men, sometimes if we have hard synastry, like I've been kicked and punched and like hair pulled and shit by men a lot in my life. Unfortunately.
Yeah, and well, it's good too because you're following the living word rather than the written word. You know, the written word comes after the experience and the life and the thing that actually makes the word, right?
That's beautiful. That make me feel less retarded. Aw.
Yeah, no, it's good. And it all arises from the divine spark, right? And so many claim unto gnosis and direct transmission from God. And like, everyone has to ask, you know, like, by whose account, you know, is that by your own experience or just by hearsay? And so I think that to say definitively this one thing is the word of God, I think that comes down to this discernment of the individual, you know. And some people like the Bible, and I don't begrudge them that, but there's far more than just that, you know. Like the Tao is an entirely different system of understanding how these things are. I think it's more in line too with the heavenly law, what comes down to us from the cosmos above. And so yeah, that tracks.
There's a whole books about the luminaries in Enoch, the book that's not in the Bible. I'm like, I don't know. Anyway, there's that. It's pretty fascinating.
Yeah. In their system, they have 28 celestial palaces, and the moon moves through all 28. I guess one per day. That would make sense, right? Lunar mansions. Yeah, the 28
system,
lunar mansions.
The sidereal system has their own thing with sidereal math, but yeah, I don't know. You can math it so many different ways. That's a cool way, though. That's a cool way. Like to say lunar mansions would be like Aries is the first one. You could use it like this, right? Aries is the first sign. It's also the first lunar mansion. You could put it in the Vedic system. They're using the stars. Remember, but we're not using the stars. We're using the tropics. So this is tropical astrology. Like you're a Pisces in tropical astrology, not Vedic, however you want to say. Because they're 24 degrees behind because they're using constellation, right. But we're not using constellation. This has nothing to do with the constellation of Pisces. Me and you being a Pisces. It's seasonals, the seasons and the seasonal like part, like I was going over before, right? Like we're the mutable, we're the last sign. We're the last sign of everything. That's why Pisces is just People will come up to you out of nowhere. Even now, that's what I was saying. But wait, you were talking about what's his face, Steiner, saying we should do charts of children, and like that's what I was always telling all the moms and everyone that I met and dads. It's mainly moms because they would be home breastfeeding, and I'm like, do your kids chart. It's really fun to see what they're going to be like, and then you can even see when they're just a couple months old, like. Babies who are more Marsy, babies who are more Aries and fiery will just scream more. Like they'll be like, whoa! They just have more fun. There's louder, and like babies who are really meek and shy, like all mutable signs, they'll just be like looking around. They'll be really quiet. They don't want to. They're noticing everything. It's like painful for them to even want to come out. And that's exactly their chart. Like they're gonna grow up and be the exact same person that they came out of you as. It's fucking trippy. And they start really young.
It is like that. Absolutely.
Yeah. I have a Gemini, Pisces, and a Virgo. 3 mutables. Boy, he is a handsome boy. And I'm holding 2 dogs right now. They're both Scorpios. One's a Scorpio with Leo moon, and the whole neighborhood calls him Devil Dog, and they fucking hate him because he attacks people, chases you, tries to bite little kids and old ladies. And the other Scorpio has a Virgo moon, and she's super sweet and like just the biggest sweetheart. She's really little too. Like they're both small, but the Leo moon guy, he's yappy because that's the square, right? And he has got Mercury there too with his moon, so he's real yappy. He's fucking annoying. Everyone hates him. He follows me everywhere.
Yeah, it's very good. Like we don't really keep any animals in the city, but I've always kept animals like my whole life. My first dog was Kane. He came from 2 Rottweilers, Cain and Abel, and I took Cain, and my buddy took Abel, and I think mine lived longer than his. Is that the way it's supposed to be, or does Abel kill Cain? I forget.
Cain killed Abel, dude. Come on.
Okay, yeah. So Abel ended up dead, I guess, and me and Cain survived.
It should end like that. It better had ended like that.
How come you know?
Otherwise, Frank, it's unscriptural.
And at one point, we had 5 parrots in our house in San Diego, and yeah, one was an African gray, and it would answer the door, and it would always say, "Hello, nobody home, nobody home." And I had a girlfriend in high school. She came over and she's like, "I was looking for you, and I could hear you in the other room saying nobody home, and you were in there saying that." And I was like, "Motherfucker, that wasn't me. That was our bird."
She's like, "You ghosted me, Frank. How could you do that?"
Yeah, it's so funny. And another one would answer the phone, and it would say, "Hello, hello, telephone," and tell people to answer the phone. Answer the phone. Yeah, because they repeat what they hear. So yeah, answer the phone, and then it would call out my name more than anyone else's when somebody would finally pick up the phone. It would say, "Telephone, Frank, telephone." That's good magic. Another one of the little motherfuckers, though, all he knew how to say was, "What you doing? What you doing? Hello, what you doing?" And that was pretty infuriating. That bird liked me the most, and it always came to my door and knocked on the door with its beak.
What you doing? What you doing?
Yeah, I just say that over and over again.
Dude, we had this. How do you call this? Townsfool, the local idiot, and he would always say, "Hey, how are you doing? Hey, do you have to pee?"
Nice.
And everybody would, "No, dude." "Oh, no," and he would be disappointed, right? "Oh, what? Maybe you have to poo. Maybe you need to do a number 2, don't you?" Yeah,
they've got I've seen mockingbirds over here that can recite poetry. There was a cool little like wine shop down from where I lived when I first moved here, and the guy had paintings of Mao in his shop, and then he had a bird. I think it was a mockingbird or like some kind of magpie or a nightingale or something. But it could, I don't know. But it could recite poetry, like lines of poetry in Chinese, which was quite interesting.
Wow, that's amazing. I never even I didn't think of that until right now. That the parrots over there would speak Chinese. Duh.
Yeah, right. And do you know their dogs in the West? What does a dog say? What do people say a dog says?
Like rough or bark. I mean, they spell it typing. They'll say like bark.
Woof.
Right?
I mean,
Yeah, a dog barks, but it says rough or woof, right?
Woof, or we say bluff. Bluff.
You know what they say in Chinese? Or what do you say in your language?
Bluff.
Blah.
Bluff. BLAF. Bluff.
Bluff. Bluff. Bluff. Bluff. Bluff. It's almost like bark, right? That's almost like bark. The Chinese have wong. Wong, wong, wong.
What?
Wong, wong,
Yeah.
wong. What?
Yeah.
Is that
do you
what
know
you're
what's a Western cat say? What's an English speaking cat say?
Meow.
Yeah, meow, right? In Chinese, they say me, 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 me.
That's crazy.
Oh.
Mm.
What does the Chinese cow say?
Oh yeah, this is interesting. What does a Western cow say?
Boo or moo?
Yeah, moo, right? In Chinese, they say mar, mar.
These people are tone deaf, dude. I mean, or are we tone deaf?
Well, dude, I do live by cows, and they do have different. They don't always say moo.
How about a duck? What's a duck say?
A duck?
Yeah,
Quack.
a duck. It's whack, 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 right? You know
Yeah,
what it
okay,
is
so
in
that-
Chinese? You know what it is in Chinese? It's
Well, that's almost the same. Like that is what they sound like too. I had to get rid of my ducks because they're fucking mean.
But we say whack, whack, whack with a W, right? They just say it basically the same, but with no W.
But we also, there's also a double K there. That's the k, v, a, k, quack. That's how we call it. Quack.
Oh, cluck, cluck, cluck. Yeah, duck clucks.
Quack.
Cluck, 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 cluck.
Quack. Like when I said wah wah wah, I was imitating the ducks that I used to have, but it's actually spelled with a Q. Q-U-A-C.
Okay, yeah, quack. They quack. That's right. Quack, quack, quack. Okay,
What?
very good.
The wind is fucking crazy. Holy fuck.
So these people I know the Chinese aren't tone deaf. I mean their language is
Those are genie, Mary.
I
Be
have
careful.
to disconnect. I have to disconnect because there's stuff blowing around now.
Okay, yeah, someone's
Okay,
gonna visit you. So.
I gotta go. Okay. Hey, nice talking. Okay, bye. Sorry.
Okay,
guys.
bye. Good night. Yeah, take care. Go ahead, Voy. What were you saying?
So the Chinese language is built around intonation, right? And about tone. And,
Yeah, absolutely,
and
absolutely.
notes even. And so it's weird that they don't pick up, like when they say and they don't pick up the K, the W, and the other K. They only pick up the
What does a frog? What does a frog say in your language? Can you think of what a frog says?
Een kikker quacked. So that's almost the same, quacked.
Yeah, quack. Or say ribbit. Ribbit in English we'd say ribbit. R-I-B-B-I-T. Ribbit, almost like rabbit. Ribbit. R-I. Yeah. And then in Chinese, a frog says gua 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 G-U-A. Gua gua gua.
Now that's closer to how we would define it. Quack, quack,
Okay. Quack quack.
quack, quack.
Yeah, we say ribbit. Ribbit.
That's like a bullfrog.
Ribbit. Yeah. What about a what does an elephant say? What about a horse? A horse is
Hinnik.
right. That's a horse.
Hinnik. We call that Hinnik. Like Heineken.
How about a donkey? An ass?
Balken. Balken.
Balkan. What about a rhinoceros? What's
He
the
knows
chicken
it.
say? The chicken.
Noses.
Bark, 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 bark.
He knows. The rhinoceros noses round.
Yeah, they do. That's right. Never thought about that before. That's very interesting. No wonder their horn gives you like a giant hard-on. The rhinoceros horn is the Viagra of Chinese medicine.
They say so, right? Because it
Yeah,
gets the
no, it's a
horn-
fact. I've had it before. I've had tiger bone. I've had rhinoceros. I've had shark fin.
What
I've
works better?
had.
What
Uh-huh.
works better?
Yeah, I've had a
What
lot
works
of.
better, the shark fin or the rhinoceros bone or the Viagra?
The best one, the strongest one is bull cock. A stew made from the cock and balls of a bull. They take the balls and the cock, they slice the cock. The cock is really hard. It's like a big piece of fucking gristle. And they slice the cock and then they boil it with the balls and make a broth. And that's the most potent.
I didn't want to know this, but now I know this. I cannot unhear this, but you drank that. You ate that soup, didn't you?
I did one winter. There was an especially cold winter. And my friend's dad, a Hong Kong guy, he made that stew one night. And I think we were drinking it before we knew it. And then we're like at little discs. I said, what are these little discs of meat? You know, you try to chew on the meat. And he's like, yeah, no, don't. Yeah, he said, no, don't chew on the meat. He said, that's a bull cock. And I was like, what the fuck?
Homophile. You fucking homophile. Like, you chewed on the bull cock. That means you're gay.
Yeah, spit it out, right?
Are you gay?
And but yeah, that stuff was potent. Also, like wine made from scorpion, lizard, and seahorse, with maybe a rattlesnake in there. You know, they make those wines. They have this big glass jar that they put a bunch of animals into.
Monsters, just monsters, like
all the monsters, and the poison that's derived, like the alcohol distills out of it. It's extremely good for you. You know, like a myriad of poisons. Imagine that: rattlesnake, scorpion, seahorse, lizard. Resin from the hides
mind you,
of donkeys.
I've been drinking weird variations of vodka and gin from Slovenia, and so yeah, I'm quite acquainted with weird drinks that make me even walk backwards, and I thought that was just a myth. I've heard that since I was 12 years old, like, oh, he was so drunk, he walked backwards. And I was, nah, dude, I never seen that happen. That's never ever gonna happen. And
yeah, that's a big thing over here.
I actually walked backwards, and I was like, oh, fuck, man. Oh, fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a big practice among guys who know. Do a little backwards walking while reciting poetry. It's good for you, good for the mind. Try to use both hands to write when you can, you know, left and right hand. Oscillate the eyes and the nostrils, like, you know, look through one eye for a while, the other eye for a while. Breathe through one nostril for a while, the other one for a while. Same with the hands and feet. Like when you initiate, almost everyone initiates like motion from the same foot pattern. So switch up your foot pattern. Try to get the brain working in both directions.
Or wear a stone in your shoe, you know, to change your foot pattern, you know.
Tie a string on your finger, right?
Well, I didn't say that. I said wear a stone in your shoe, and then you went along and said, well, just tie a string around your finger. No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Wear a blindfold and an
mind you, Frank.
Roll up one pant leg.
I did do crazy things when I was young, and so what I did do is the dead skin on my finger.
Okay.
I would do broidery in the dead skin on my fingers and dead skin on my hands. So I would do some sewing in the dead skin. You know, instead of doing tattoos, doing sewing in your skin. It was fun.
Quite a few people where I lived got tattoos. And I only survived without any tattoos because my father was pretty insistent that his children not get tattoos. Do you have tattoos?
No, none.
Wow. Yeah, same as me.
See? That's why we are still so beautiful. Dude, I thought about having a tattoo, and then and I just designed. I did design one tattoo for somebody, and he actually did it. But no, and I would have wanted a similar tattoo like that it was just a mask, and I would have wanted maybe one tattoo on my upper arm, right, on the left or the right side, or maybe both, and that would be it. But I didn't even have the first one, so no, I never did. And then it became so fucking hip the year after I decided not to do it. And then everybody got tattoos all around. You know, I was oh, so glad I didn't do it.
Yeah, it was very popular. I think I'm like the only one of his children. Oh, and my elder sister, she never got any tattoos, but pretty much all the other children that were born of my father and mother, they all got tattoos. And Daisy said she wanted to get a tattoo, but didn't. Wanted a Native American symbol. And I've wanted tattoos as well, and I've thought about it. I've contemplated it. I think like in my early 20s. And then after that, I kind of lost any inclination to do it. But then when I had dear family members die, I contemplating having their names tattooed in my skin, or like some symbol to represent them, you know, like my older brother or mom and dad, that kind of thing.
Yeah, but that's really weird, man. People make that a thing, but I think that's a really weird.
Do you? I don't. I think that's
a really weird ritual, to be honest.
You think so? I never did it, but I thought about it. I think it's somehow valuable, especially it depends on how deep you mourn. You know, like I know mourning is selfish, like you're preventing.
Right. And so right. Thank you for saying that. You know, mourning is selfish. It's not. It's not. I'm not saying that people shouldn't mourn because it's selfish, but it is a thing to go through by, you know, just by yourself, even though it offers solace to be with others that go through the same mourning for the same person or for the same thing that died or whatever. It's always still a very personal process.
Yeah, absolutely. And it should be gone through in its entirety, but yeah, it should be done mostly in silence and in deep felt connection, you know, because that's a serious
and not an outward expression. See, that's thank you for elaborating on that. So it's not about an outward expression forever on your arm or on your leg or on your back or on your fucking chest. No, it's a process that happens.
I agree.
So therefore, I think that making a tattoo of somebody that passed away therefore I think it's wrong.
Well, yeah, and ultimately I must have agreed with you at some level because I never did it, you know.
Yeah.
Whereas many other people did, you know, on other things too, just commemorating. Hell, there are a bunch of folks that got, you know, tattoos for graduating high school and stuff like that.
Yeah.
A girlfriend. You know, Sophia says that and I was just reading this, in fact, too, from Steiner's The Dead Are Among Us is the name of it. And he says, first of all, I'll tell you something. No meaning for man is so long as he has not developed clairvoyant faculties. This concerns us closely. You must have clairvoyance in life and develop clairvoyance and be able to see beyond this realm. I think I've done that. I think I have a bit of clairvoyance and second sight, vision beyond the material plane. I've seen the dead rise. According to the teaching of Christ, that we have to raise the dead. I think I've done that in mind and spirit, carry the dead with me. You know, that's Matthew 10:8, that Jesus charged us to cast out demons and raise the dead. Nobody ever mentions that.
I think I'm carrying a demon too amongst the dead.
Do you?
People. Yeah.
What kind of demon are you carrying? What kind of demon is in void?
I don't know its name. I don't know its origin. But I think it's a demon that came through me to me through the Voynich manuscript.
Yeah, I'm carrying some demons too, I believe.
I know. I
think you're right about that. I think
I mean, when you tear the veil, you know, you're gonna meet, you know, like I said, you know, that world beyond this world is It's not airy fairy. It's even stricter, right?
Yeah. Well, I think one of the first demons I met was Karanzan, the guardian at the gate. Like when you have to cross the dark night of the soul, the abyss, and he was standing there waiting. And I had to pay my gold coin to get across.
Only one. Wow. That's
Yeah. And I had sourced that gold coin from Dreamland, you know.
Well, that was a good deal. You know.
Luckily, I had one, or I'd end up dead, you know. God pity the man that doesn't have a gold coin when he comes across Karanzan. Crowley faced him. I think Crowley was ultimately taken by him, though. And he can, you know. That's one that can. Beelzebub, all right. Asmodeus, many demons. Murmur's a powerful demon. You got to watch out for those goetic demons.
Azazel, right?
Azazel, yeah, absolutely. Many demons. Yeah, don't play with the demons, especially if you don't know what you're doing. Sophia says the demons have control over us. We have more power than the demons in the name of Christ. Crowley opened a lot of doors. Maybe he shouldn't have. Yeah, he was kind of a latecomer, though. Like, the movement was well underway before Crowley. Like, Crowley purloined a lot of his stuff from Pascal Beverly Randolph, who was the grand wizard of the Hermetic.
It was the hip thing to do back in the day, and he was the rock star.
Yeah. Well, he's the rock star that got the most recognition.
Was the rock star of
Rasputin was the OG, right?
Yeah.
Rasputin,
but they needed a new face.
He brought that vein into existence.
Yeah.
Many people, though, in Southern California, Timothy Leary, he would have been a powerful magician at that time. Albert Pike, indeed. I've led Transcendental Magic.
Yeah, but that was what pop culture was back in those days, right? Pop culture was not about music, was not about, but it was a cult of personality, though. So you know that those were the names back in the day. It was more about thinking and about creating societal structures than it was about music or about drugs. And they, you know, that all got changed back in the 40s, 50s.
Yeah, it comes full circle. Like it's 100 years ago. So imagine the 1920s. Now we're in the 2020s.
Yeah.
And then as we go through the 30s, it's going to be the 1930s again. And then the 1940s.
I mean, we were in the 20s. And what did they say back then? You know, anything goes. Anything goes in the 20s, right? That was the motto of the 20s. Anything goes.
And our next big war will be in the 2040s, right? The Grand War.
Yeah.
It'll come back around again.
Yeah.
Hopefully we've made more progress, though, than...
and, I mean, that doesn't make us clairvoyant, right?
No. Just the pattern re-evolves every time. And it's like part of it is... the natural cyclical thing of it, but the other part too is
that's not a natural cyclical thing.
No, yeah, they're
it's the cultural thing.
Yeah, there are folks overseeing its implementation, right? Like the Bible, for example, it's not necessarily a revelation of what's to come, more than a playbook, a blueprint of what they want to implement into the world, you know. So they're moving those plans forward from thousands of years ago into today. Yeah, so there's I might have lost Voyage manuscript into the abodes. There you are, sir.
No, I was just gonna bake my steak.
Yeah, do your thing, and I should probably roll into the abodes of the future too. We've gone pretty long tonight, man. 4 hours. Yeah. It's a big deal.
It was nice meeting Mary Moon. You know, she's very good at what she does, reading the astrological charts. I mean, she's very good at interpreting that, I must say.
Yeah, it's good magic, and you should maybe collaborate again with her in the future, or we all meet up here, right? And good magic.
Good magic, Frank. I'll see you on the next one. Don't be late.
Indeed, yeah. Blessings to you, and thank you for that, and everyone who tuned in tonight. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for saying hello. I will add a bit of music here to the end, and sign off a little bit in the chat room. So let's see here. Let me pull up a song real quick. And,
From my younger years when all was gold, from misty days which now seem unreal, I remember the grey room in the wood, between the pillar and the pyramid in shape B. Always a memory blazing red hot in the grave, always a recollection burning the mists away, as a dream fading in the afternoon sun, when you and I loved under the runestone as one. Emerald solemnity amidst the leaves, emerald silence, this church of green, grass shone and shone in my tender years, and always with some hints of wonder, always a memory blazing red hot into the grave, always a recollection burning the mists away, as a dream fading in the afternoon sun, when you and I loved under the runestone as one. Now I remember you in my youth, straying together in the brilliance of sun, stumbling, sweating in the heat of afternoon. I left the mysteries of your heart in that forest shade. Standing in the ancient wood, we saw the rise of the roof. Always a memory blazing red hot in the grave, always a recollection burning the mists away, as a dream fading in the afternoon sun, when you and I loved under the runestone as one. Gray stone rising from shimmering grass, you cried out to me as I eclipsed your heart. We ran from love, hearts racing away. We ran from love, heaving in the terror of the unknown. What was so dire that we would not use the passion's fire? Always a memory blazing red hot in the grave, always a recollection burning the mists away, as a dream fading in the afternoon sun, when you and I loved under the runestone as one. How that ageless room remained in my mind, gray as a ghost, it has haunted me for all time. I often wonder if you feel the same, ancient in the wood, lingering not as a memory, but a sensual sensation that warms us both on cold nights alone. Always a memory blazing red hot in the grave, always a recollection burning the mists away, as a dream fading in the afternoon sun, when you and I loved under the runestone as one. Emerald wood swelling like the sea, tossing of the bright boughs in the sunshine, sweet smell of the grass and flowers, mountain summer wind upon your cheek, glorious gloom of the glade rich indistinct. Always a memory blazing red hot into the grave, always a rise of the roof. Always a memory blazing red hot in the gray. Always a recollection burning the mist away. As a dream fading in the afternoon sun, when you and I loved under the runestone as one. Gray stone rising from shimmering grass, you cried out to me as I eclipsed your heart. We ran from love, hearts racing away. We ran from love, heaving in the terror of the unknown. What was so dire that we would not use the passion's fire? Always a memory blazing red hot in the gray. Always a recollection burning the mist away. As a dream fading in the afternoon sun, when you and I loved under the runestone as one. How that ageless room remained in my mind, gray as a ghost, it has haunted me for all time. I often wonder if you feel the same. Ancient in the wood, lingering not as a memory, but a sensual sensation that warms us both on cold nights alone. Always a memory blazing red hot in the gray. Always a recollection burning the mist away. As a dream fading in the afternoon sun, when you and I loved under the runestone as one. Always a memory blazing red hot in the gray. Always a recollection burning the mist away. As a dream fading in the afternoon sun, when you and I loved under the runestone as one. And I remember you in my youth, straying together in the brilliance of sun, stumbling, sweating in the heat of afternoon. I left the mysteries of your heart in that forest shade. Standing in the ancient wood, we saw the rise of the roof. Always a memory blazing red hot in the gray. Always a recollection burning the mist away. As a dream fading in the afternoon sun, when you and I loved under the runestone as one. Gray stone rising from shimmering grass, you cried out to me as I eclipsed your heart. We ran from love, hearts racing away. We ran from love, heaving in the terror of the unknown. What was so dire that we...
All right. That was Dweller of the Dark, y'all. And I have got to roll on into the abodes of the future. So to finish this transmission, the invocation of total integration from memory. Hopefully I can do it correctly at this point. Let's find it. Banner. Much love to you, Mary, Sophia, Michelle, Voy, everyone who tuned in tonight. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for saying hello. Thank you for hitting the like button and subscribing. And here we go. Heaven and earth are spontaneous manifestations of the subtle, wondrous, universal law. As the original oneness expresses itself, gross and subtle energies become distinctly divided. My bodily cave is brightly illuminated by the mysterious light from the three sources, my three Dantian bridge points leading to immortality. The powerful spirits of the 8 directions conjoin thy being with the true origin of life. By the absolute order of the divine Ling Bao, in the highest ninth heaven, send the positive energies of Qianluo, Dana, Dunkan, and Taishuan to destroy my spiritual obstacles and debilitate any evil influence. This order is given by the highest sovereignty. It is a jade oracle from the subtle origin. I invoke with strong sincerity to drive away the demons and evils and lengthen my healthy years. The attained spirits respond, and evil demon king Mo Wong is chained to stand as my guardian servant. The powerful atmosphere has been generated, dispersing all negativity. The chi of Tao is everlasting. So it is commanded and confirmed, so mote it be. Amen. All right, y'all. Good looking, happy people out in dreamland. That's where I'm headed. So yeah, I'm going to get out of here. And sweet potatoes to you. Guten Tag, guten Bruder, so many be. Blessed be. Take care, Sophia, Mary, everyone that tuned in tonight. Much love. And carpe diem, ad astra per aspera. Get out there and seize the day. And until next time, bye for now. And kisses.